like to welcome everyone out this evening. So we do have a city council special session set to start at 5:15, which it is at this time. So we'll go ahead and begin that. So this is an exciting opportunity to come together. We do have an annual update report from Caldwell Veterans Council. And following that, we'll do some official oath swearing in for some new lieutenants with our police department. So, Mr. Drakel, if you want to take a few minutes, the podium is yours. So this would be for the updated report for the Caldwell Veterans Council.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Councilman. I appreciate to be here today. There we go. So, I'm the chairman of the Caldwell Veterans Council, and we run the Caldwell Veterans Memorial Hall. The new council members that may not be aware, what we offer for the city is great exposure for our veterans and getting information out there. We have counselors. We actually have three types of counselors. We have a state service officer, so a veteran can come in, and if they need help, with the VA, that's basically their middleman, so they don't have to go the whole road themselves. If any of you have ever dealt with the VA, it's a nightmare. So it's great to have somebody on their side. It also gives a place for veterans to come and relax or utilize the building if they so need for a myriad of different things. We have a tutor there that teaches tutoring for college courses, mostly math. Everything here is in the packet that was given to you guys. We offer a lot of great things, and also for the civilian community, we have Kiwanis meets there, a local community group called GRIP meets there, the Rotary Club meets there. I believe, if I remember correctly, the Boy Scouts might be coming back. They lost their scout troop leader, and I heard something recently they might be coming back, which would be great. And we're open to the public to come in and see the building and check things out. This Christmas Eve, we'll be running our annual Christmas Eve dinner for everybody to come down that needs to. We're going to have turkey, we got ham, we got all the trimmings, everything that goes with that. Starts from 1 to 5. On Memorial Day, we go out and we present the flag. Well, not present. We place the flags and all the graves at the cemetery, and you've probably seen we line the driveway up with all the flags. Currently, right now, we have the flags out in front that represent all the VSOs, Veteran Service Organizations, in front of the building. But basically, our mission is there to support veterans and help them out, those in need, whatever it could be, by providing them the resources in a local area for them to come. And originally what this started out was just the Caldwell Veterans Memorial Hall, but the thing has grown huge to where we're pretty much for the Treasure Valley. We get a lot of people from all over coming around. To just a quick concept what happened over the year. We've had our ups and downs this year. So let's start with the good. We replaced our floor. So that used to be 100-something years old in that building, and so we're hoping the new floor will last another 100 years. The city of Caldwell was great with us in donating around $40,000 on the 4th of July, which was spectacular. And the hall this year, we raised just below $200,000 in donations and people helping out. So it's great to see that we have a community like that helping out veterans and willing to support the hall. And all these programs that we offer are 100% free to the veterans. So there's no cost out of pocket for them. In here is our new budget. You can see last year's budget was $83,000. It's very high. Once again, that deals with costs of a new floor. We rekeyed the building, which was in desperate need, and some general maintenance and stuff like that that had to be done up. Our new budget, we're hoping to have it down. For some reason, I don't have it. It's around $53,000. I apologize. I don't have it for some reason. $57,000. So we should be good now because we're not going to have those unexpected costs like we did before. Thank you. Mine didn't print for some reason. So you can see that there, how we break everything down. We're starting up a lot of programs that died from before. When COVID hit, the PTSD groups, we're trying to get them going and get veterans to come back in and have meetings. We've got a lot of donations right now that are starting back up. We're hoping to do the safety stand down again this coming year. I've been in contact with a gentleman from California that provides all the supplies and stuff like that. So hopefully next year we'll be back up and running 100% like we were before COVID hit. Now with some of the bad news, unfortunately, we lost the American Legion. For years, they've been slowly dying out. It's been a very small group. There's about 6 members currently right now, and they just don't meet regularly enough, and they felt it was decided it was the best time for what they could do, since they could not provide for the hall, that they felt they should leave. Another bad situation we had with our Veterans of Foreign Wars, we had a conflict with the contract, the memorandum of understanding, and unfortunately decisions were made, and they have been left, they were made to leave the council. They're still welcome at the building, they're just not shareholders of the Veterans Hall. That is an ongoing thing. However, we've been trying to work with the state and the local division to gap that bridge and hopefully bring it back. I'm hoping it's just a quick quirk in the road and we're able to fix things, but you know, brothers are brothers and we're gonna fight sometimes, and then we always make up afterwards. So, other than that, the hall's there. We're looking as great as ever. We got supplies ready to go for next year. The budget's in place. We're trying to lock on new annual programs to help make awareness for the hall, but also to help fundraise the hall as well. So maybe we can expand programs in the future. So with that, I open myself up to any questions.
Very good, excellent. Thank you so much. Any questions from council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor
I just
Stoddard.
wanted to mention too, to the audience, that we do take care of veterans' families too, besides the veterans themselves. So if they have any needs, they can come to the hall and we'll take care of them, so.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Any other questions or taking it easy on you tonight? So thank you so much. We do appreciate you coming down, taking the time.
Thanks.
And-
One last thing I forgot, Mr. Mayor. We also added on the Marine Corps League is now a new shareholder to the Caldwell Veterans Hall. So we have added on a group as well. So we're trying to grow and getting the words out. And we're looking at another group as well, possibly signing on. So with that, Merry Christmas to you all.
Very great. Thank you so much. And that is an amazing building down there, and they do great things. And it was neat to kind of see that as it came about, to turn that into the Veterans Hall. And I know Terry was a huge part of that. And it was exciting to see that and appreciate all the work and effort on that. And then it was fun to be able to, I know Councilor Stoddard was able to be down there when we presented that check to them, and that was all money raised. That was no taxpayer dollars on that. That was just from money that was raised through the 4th of July events, and over $40,000 that we were able to donate to the Caldwell Veterans Hall. So that was exciting. So we plan on doing that every year, raising that money. And I know we're working with the Veterans Hall, the Veterans Garden, and to make sure that it goes to a good cause each year. So grateful for that. So thank you again for that. Okay, so that moves us to our next item for this special city session of City Council, pre-session, I guess you could say. So we have the administering the official oath to our new lieutenant, Mr. John Tucker, and then also a promotion of Sergeant Ben Heinrich to Lieutenant Ben Heinrich. And so very excited to be able to do this. I've gotten to know Lieutenant Heinrich over this past year as being mayor, and before that a little bit when I worked for the city, and just couldn't find a finer officer. So we are so excited to have that promotion. And also for Lieutenant Tucker, just met him this evening, but very excited to get to know him better, and so the great things that he's going to be able to bring to our police force. So we have some of the finest men in blue that you'll ever find, and we have many of them in the back. And I had the opportunity, we had 3 new hires not too long ago, and I had the chance, I'd like to sit down with all of our new employees here at the city and to meet them and get to know them. And oh my word, those 3 amazing officers that I sat down with and met, I seriously could not have been more impressed with 3 individuals in any regard. And so just the caliber of people that we have working for us and that we're attracting to our department is, I mean, it's second to none. It really, truly is. And you, as a city council, as a mayor, you couldn't be more proud of what we have right now in our police department. And so just so excited to be able to do this. So with that, we will do these swearing ins. So I will do that, and then we'll have the pinning of their badges on that, and then we'll allow Chief Ingram to say some words if you like, then also Lieutenant Tucker and Lieutenant Heinrich to say some words also if they like to after that. So we'll do that swearing in at this time. Over there, say a few words. Yeah.
I'm gonna keep my remarks really short because everyone's got places to be. First and foremost, I wanna say thank you to the mayor, thank you, council, for actually coming in early and making this happen. I'm trying to see both of you guys. We'll go this.
Say they're way
Hanson.
more important over there, so. you can take them.
But you guys adjusting your schedule to come in and make a special council for this is awesome. It shows the entire Caldwell Police Department how much they matter, and that's the most important thing. To everyone else for coming in, thank you very much. On behalf of the Heinrich family, the Tucker family, you guys, you know, they can't do their job without each of you guys. Harrison, Hudson, you got a lot to be proud of. Your dad's a phenomenal man, phenomenal police officer, and a phenomenal leader. So, super proud to promote him to lieutenant. John Tucker, I'll give a little bio on each one of them. So everyone knows Ben in the room. You guys obviously worked with Ben for the last 8 years. But Ben, is a Caldwell boy through and through. His father was, the superintendent of Caldwell Schools. Sorry, Valley View. Sorry, don't shoot me. Valley View School District. So they're homegrown. He's been around the block here. He started his career with, IDOC, for, basically the prison, and then came over to Caldwell PD and has since, promoted through the rank of sergeant. And when I first met Ben, I knew he was a leader. He's very matter of fact, very, black and white, and he just kind of tells it how it is, but is always, puts the mission first. And that's exactly what everyone in this room needs, is someone that's mission driven, that understands the global picture on things and understands where the direction this place needs to go. So thank you very much, Ben. I really appreciate you. And, you know, I had a pleasure of going to Yellowstone with him for a week, and just kind of seeing him interact with his peers, with other law enforcement executives from around the country, and just seeing him both in an on-duty capacity and also off-duty, really opened up my eyes to who he truly is at his core. And so, thank you very much, Ben. John Tucker started his career with the Ada County Sheriff's Office and promoted to the rank of sergeant. He then went to the Boise Police Department, where he spent the next, 20-ish years, 14 years with Boise PD, and then retired 2 years ago as a lieutenant with Boise PD. And I first met John, actually, he reached out to me when I first got hired here as the chief to set up a meeting because he wanted to continue having relationships with the Caldwell Police Department. He was the director of the Criminal Justice Program at the College of Western Idaho. And so I met him for lunch one day, and we talked about a lot of the different things and training and stuff. And I just thought to myself, man, like, why can't we have someone like John Tucker here that understands training and professional development, and just someone that's kind of the salt of the earth type of guy that's been around the block, that understands leadership and professionalism, and he's an Idahoan. He's through and through, here in this community, and he understands where, every department in the Treasure Valley and where everyone needs to be. And so, ironically, a couple months ago, Idaho Post canceled several academy classes for the 2023 year, and they canceled all of our new people that we're gonna try to send. So the timing couldn't have been more perfect for us because we're kind of in limbo as an agency on how do we send our people to training when we don't have an academy. Well, John Tucker oversaw the entire CWI's academy. So this is the perfect man for the job, to come here, to start a training bureau, a training division, to really get Caldwell to where it needs to be in the professional 21st century of policing. So I'm honored to be your partner, both of you guys, your partners, and to see where the future of this organization is going to be in the next 2 to 5 years. I think we're going to be looking back and saying, wow, how come we never had an academy? How do we function that way? Kind of like pre-cell phones or pre-radios. How do we do police work? But thank you, John, for all the things that you bring to the table, and for just barely meeting you 6 months ago and seeing what you do over at CWI. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and congratulations again. And just, one more time, the men and women that serve our community, that wear that badge and do so much. We can't thank you all enough for that. I know, is Officer Butler here? Allison, did I see her? Somewhere there. So there she is. She's hiding right there. She's not in uniform. That's why I didn't recognize her. So I can't remember, we were driving, but I was with my boys, and we ended up behind you the other day, and I was telling them about Officer Butler and just all the great, the great women that serve in our police force. And I'm glad I was behind you, so you didn't pull me over if you would have been behind me. So, but again, just all that you amazing men and women do to serve all of us. We just can't thank you enough. So thank you for that. And congratulations again. I couldn't be more excited for the both of you and to get to know you better. So thank you so much. And I think that concludes it at this time. And your boys did a great job pinning it. I didn't hear any ouches or yells. Or Christmas must be coming up. They're taking it easy on Dad, so they wanted to make sure Santa comes. So, so that is all that we had for this special city council meeting. So we will adjourn that at this time. And you're welcome to. We don't have our city council, doesn't start till 6. We want to do this a little early so there was time to visit. We don't have to just kick you out right after. So you're more than welcome to stay in here and just visit in this room. And we will be back at 6 o'clock to start a regular city council meeting. So thank you again so much. Let's do. We have just a line of food to that side. City council members home after the meeting. There is 6 p.m. upon us. We will go ahead and commence this regularly scheduled city council meeting for Tuesday, December 20th, 2022. I'd like to welcome all of you for joining us this evening. We will begin our meeting with an invocation, as always, offered by Pastor Nathaniel Hampton of Calvary Temple. Are you here, Mr. Hampton? I do not see him here. Too bad Mr. Porter isn't here this evening. Oh, Jim, you are here this evening. So if you don't mind, if you come forward and start us with prayer, if you please stand for that and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Let's pray. Father, we thank you for this incredible time of year. And for many of us in this room, this season holds an incredible promise. We thank you for the birth of the Savior. We thank you for a city that is so well governed, that is prosperous. Father, we pray for those that aren't feeling the same levels of prosperity as some others. We grieve for them tonight. Father, we pray that the business tonight would go swiftly, that it would be done well and wisely. We pray this in your name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much, Mr. Porter, and thank you everyone for joining us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Alden,
Here.
Williams,
Here.
Doty,
Here.
Dottie,
Here.
Register,
Here.
McGee.
Here.
Very good. The record show that all city council members are present and accounted for. Are there any conflict of interest declarations from any of the council members regarding any item on the agenda this evening? Okay, and we do not have any special presentations this evening, it appears. We will just note that we did have, a special session before, to do some special presentations, so we were able to, receive an annual update from the Caldwell Veterans Council. We appreciate that very much. And then also to be able to administer the oath for two new lieutenants within our police department, Lieutenant John Tucker, who is a new hire, and then Lieutenant Ben Heinrich, who was promoted from sergeant. So we want to extend our congratulations to both of them again, and how excited we are for them to be our two new lieutenants as we continue to move our police department forward. That moves us on to audience participation, and we do have two people signed up for this. And then just a reminder that audience participation is in regards to items that are not on the agenda this evening. If you would like to speak on items on the agenda, you can do so at that time, but we ask you to not do that during audience participation. And so we have two people signed up for that. So if, Mr. Paul Mann, you can come forward, and you have up to 5 minutes, for your presentation. I'll pass. Okay. Very good. So Becky Aldrich also. So we appreciate you being here. So if you go ahead and take the time, if you could limit it to 5 minutes, we appreciate that.
So I just wanted to introduce myself. I am Becky Aldrich, and I am here on behalf of my business at the Caldwell Airport, and that is the Caldwell Airport Cafe. So two years ago, about 2 years ago, a rumor was clarified that a proposal would be sent out to have the building that I'm in demolished. And basically, my business was up for jeopardy, and I didn't have any options. At first, you know, Brent and our airport management, we sat down and we went over like blueprints because, you know, I've been on the airport for 16 years, so it's prior management and new management. And so our new terminal, I know, was supposed to have like a restaurant and whatnot. So we had sat down and gone over blueprints and whatnot. And I feel like I'm at a point where, you know, I have no hope for my business because the proposal that was accepted has, you know, a restaurant that is from out of state, and that's concerning. I feel that, you know, I've put in a lot of dedication and love into my business, and, you know, prior to that, it was my grandma's business, and in the beginning of this, I couldn't even get clarification that I owned a lease. What had happened is I was being told that I was month to month when I knew that I was kind of grandfathered into my grandma's lease. And how I found this out is I ended up not paying the city anymore because, I mean, if I don't have a lease and I'm month to month and I've never signed something, I guess I don't know when to pay. So following that, I got a letter from the city attorney saying that basically I was delinquent to my you know, my account, and that my lease, according to this, and this, you know, which I've been told I don't have a lease. So there's a lot of misunderstanding that is going on as far as, you know, the airport, obviously, and my business. I'm concerned that I won't have a future business according to the plans, and it's upsetting. My grandma has had a lease, which was a 1997 lease and was revised in 2000. And since owning that lease, I've owned it 10 years, and I can tell you not one time has my lease been raised. You know, there's certain things in that lease that I would find breach that for some reason are not being acknowledged. I can't really get answers as far as like when I have to close, and I feel like this has taken a huge effect on my business. You know, there's 2 roads that are shut off to the airport. If you're not coming from Nampa, you're not coming to the airport, basically. Not only that, but the rumor that my building is going to be taken away and I'm going to be closed. People now think that I'm already closed, so that has financially hurt me. One thing I want everyone to understand is with that airport, general aviation is a huge, huge thing out there. And I have spent my 16 years catering to the pilots out there, and there's a reason for that, because if you don't have general aviation at the airport, you're not going to have an airport. But I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention because I am concerned about my business and future businesses, and I feel like a lot of this is not being addressed.
Good, thank you so much. And I would definitely, I know you've spoken to Brent He's not here this evening, he's not well, so he's at home. He'll be joining us via Zoom, I know on that, but yeah, definitely, I know we had a chance to meet a
Yep.
few months ago, so I appreciated that opportunity to sit down and talk. And I know that, you know, Brent's always open to meeting, and I do apologize if there's been any confusion, anything like that, but I know I was actually I was trying to find the email on my phone, I can't get it on my computer, but I couldn't find it, about trying to get an update on that RFP that was approved and that they're working forward on that in regards to the negotiations. I don't think anything's been finalized yet, but would love to get you those updates on that. So whether, you know, that's with Mr. Orden or even myself, if you wanna come back in, we can sit down, or maybe even the three of us on that and do that. So we'd love to do that, and just make sure everybody's on the same page for that. So we could
And
definitely
my
look into that.
main concern, I'm sorry to interrupt, but my
No,
main
you're fine.
concern is, you know, there's already been this proposal submitted and there's a restaurant that has basically been accepted and I'm here, you know, I've been there and I don't feel like it is in all fair and good faith that, you know, you're taking this small business and basically saying, sorry, you're not good enough, we're bringing in the guy with the more money. You know, I don't feel like that's all right.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how with the business, with that RFP, obviously it was looked at the RFP with the airport, I can't remember who was on that panel. I know, I believe Mr. Khan was, or Mr. McDonald, do you have some info?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify, Mr. Orton is on Zoom, and so he's listening to this discussion.
Okay, well, good thing I didn't say anything bad about him yet, so I appreciate the heads up, so. And so in regards to like, cause I know that there was a restaurant shown in there, but as far as, you know, picking, you know, who that is and what that is, I don't know, to be honest, the details of how they go about that, if it's a certain type of restaurant they want or whatever that may be. So those are definitely answers we can find on that. So yeah, maybe good there's Mr. Orton's smiley face right there, for the, you know, to sit down again on that. So I have your information still, so I can reach out, maybe we can set up a time to sit down and go over all those questions and try to get some answers for you.
Awesome.
So, okay.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you so much. Okay, and that concludes our special presentations. We do appreciate that, very much. It is important to know that information, and I will
I have a question about it.
make
Are-
a note, yes.
Are we gonna be able to find out what happened?
On that, yes, definitely. So I can report back, next city council meeting, on that and let you know.
Curious
So,
if she was offered the spot or not.
yeah, we can, we'll find out and I'll let you know. Okay. Okay, so that, concludes our audience participation, and that moves us to our consent calendar. And I believe we do have some amendments to be made in that regard. Counselor Allgood.
There's 3 changes to the, council agenda. We need to move, consent calendar item 11 to new business, would be 3A for further discussion. We would move consent calendar item 14 to new business, be 1A for further discussion. And then we would add new business 3B. This will be an action item. Consider bill number 89, ordinance number 3483, for the termination of the Caldwell East Urban Renewal Project, with a request to move for its passage by title only and approve the summary for publication. The reason for the addition to the new business 3B was based on follow-up action by the Urban Renewal Agency Board of Commissioners, making a determination yesterday evening, December 19th. And so now that that's been completed, we can move forward with this.
Very good. Excellent. So we have a motion from Counselor Allgood and a second from Counselor McGee to amend the agenda as stated. Is there any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So with that, then we do stand for a motion for approval of the consent calendar as amended.
So moved.
So we have a motion from Counselor Allgood, a second from Counselor McGee for approval of the consent calendar as amended. And we have actually the voting up and ready to go for you. So all votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. So again, we've removed items number 11, 14, and added a new item under new business. And so, also just, let's see, which item? Which is the item, I'm sorry, Dave, I should have checked this, for the BID, the Business Improvement District? Okay, number 8, so, and just so, I'm sorry, we didn't do that as part of that, but once we do get to action item number 8, we will be requesting, to discontinue or to table that item as well. So if you are here for action item number 8 under new business regarding the Business Improvement District, so that was a proposal looking at the BID, setting some caps on that. So in reviewing the code, we do need to do kind of a pre-hearing, I guess you could say, on that in regards to that. So we will need to do that before we're able to take action on that. So if you are here for that item, we don't want you to wait around all night and then find out that's not gonna be heard tonight. So, that will be heard later on. There'll be new notices put out in that regard. So that's regarding action item number 8. So with that, we are now on old business action item number 1. This is a public hearing quasi judicial for case number VAC-22-01, continued from July 21st, August 18th, September 15th, October 20th, and November 15th. And this is a request for partial vacation of plat notes that reference common lot ownership by the Business Owner Association out in Sky Ranch Business Center subdivision. Do we have any staff presentation on this one? Okay, so we'll have staff go first. If you could make your presentation, that'd be fantastic.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Elizabeth Allen, Senior Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. Before you this evening is Sky Ranch Business Park Plat Note Amendments, BAC 22-01. General facts, the request is to vacate specific plat notes referencing common lots and common lot ownership requirements to allow for the common areas within said plats to be lot line adjusted in a future application and deeded to adjacent properties for individual ownership and maintenance on the landscape buffer areas. The properties are located south of Highway 2026 and along Smead Parkway in Caldwell. So the request is to remove 2 plat notes on Phase 1 plat, remove 1 note on the Phase 1 replat, Phase 2 plat, Phase 2 replat, and Phase 3 plat. And this will remove the requirement that common lots shall be owned and maintained by the Business Owners Association and then transferred over to the property owners adjacent to those common lots. This shows an image of the common areas that are referenced. I'll go over into more images in the next slide. So the pink or magenta coloring is the common lots and the property owners that have authorized taking over that ownership. The ones in red are property owners that have not provided authorization to take over those areas. The red on the bottom right, they are proposing to take over the island on the white, and those, so they haven't authorized taking over the island. And then the red on the top hasn't provided authorization to take over that common area along Highway 2026. And on the plat for this project, that area on the north side along Highway 2026 is shown as a common area, and the plat has not been adjusted. And the area has, based on what the applicant has provided, has been dedicated to ITD, but the plat hasn't been adjusted to reflect that. So it still shows as a common lot. And this is the rest of the area. So in this area, the property owners adjacent to those common areas have provided authorization to take over those common lot maintenance. For comments, we received comment from Idaho Power. They had concerns about potential loss of granted public utility easements that were provided within the common areas within the subdivision. They request that any changes to the plats are subject to the easements granted to Idaho Power per the existing plan notes. And then we have addressed their concerns in the conditions that we provided. The City of Caldwell Engineering provided no concerns. Syringa Networks provided comment with no impact, and then we received no comment from the public. For the staff analysis, we found that there's no impact to utilities, adjacent property owners. There will be impact on taxes and property maintenance. And as I mentioned in the previous slide, that should say 2, so 3 property owner authorization documents are missing. The approval criteria that I can leave up if you want it referenced later. For condition of approval for the record, so the public understands what the conditions are. Number 1, any blanket easement or utility easement on the subject parcel shall remain in place. Access for gas, sewer, water, telephone, cable, television, power, drainage, and slope purposes shall remain in place and accessible. Number 3, the vacated plat note shall not vacate previously platted and dedicated public right-of-way. And then number 4, approval affects Sky Ranch Business Center subdivision phases 1 through 3 plats, and replats where plat notes reference common lots and ownership requirements only. So this, at this time, does not change any of the lot lines. I'll stand for questions.
Good, thank you so much. Any questions from council for staff? Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the 3 that you don't have an answer from, you got no answer, or they were against it?
Mayor, council member, the applicant would need to clarify. So it's just 2 property owners that we don't have authorization from yet. They did provide, go back to that slide. We did receive, my presentation said 3, but it's just 2. So yesterday we received that red on the top part. The one west of that, we received authorization from them yesterday, but we didn't receive those remaining 2.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, very good. So as I mentioned, this has been continued many times, and so we do have the original sign-up sheet from back in July, I think it was. So Curtis Moore was on here, Katie Vandenberg, Van Vliet, and Bryce Ferris were the people that signed up. Was that, I know that you had come up, were you any of those, or?
I'm here on behalf of them. Katie is on Bryce is out of town.
Okay, if you'll come forward, and we'll just make sure that we get your name and address on this before you leave tonight, would be great. So, if you don't mind just stating your name and address for the record.
Yeah, I'm Brian Faria. I'm with Sawtooth Law Offices. And so, like I said, they're out of town, so I've been asked to fill in, and I familiarized myself. And as she stated, she's correct. We haven't received approval for 2. One being Crunch Fitness, and to clarify your question, we have not received a response from Crunch. But again, we believe that to be a moot issue. Yesterday, I went through the county assessor's office, and I saw that that parcel to the north is no longer in the name of the original owner. So I pulled the deed of record from the county, which I'm happy to give you guys today. It was owned by the original developer, and what the original developer did is because he still had the ability to amend the CC&Rs. He amended the CC&Rs without the business association's approval, and then essentially granted a warranty deed to ITD. So now that parcel is no longer in possession, and we think it's a moot issue as it relates to that Crunch Fitness parcel, which is that north parcel on the map. Other than that, we've received all the consents except there is that white, you'll see it at the bottom there, that white island. It's my understanding that the city may have some interest in paving that, paving over that, and then we would just deed it over. So, I mean, from our perspective, we've gone through pretty great lengths of getting all these signatures. Everyone else is on board with accepting the lot line adjustments, paying real estate tax, the real property taxes, and all lot line adjustments that were any quitclaim deeds or warranty deeds that we grant over to those property owners would be subject to the Idaho Power easement. So I don't think there's any issue there. And so I feel like at this point, like I said, we've gone through great lengths, and I think we we've done what we need to do and to get really just a plat vacation that these aren't common areas. So with that, I guess I'll stand for questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions from council?
Mr. Mayor, I'm just, what white island are you talking about there? There's a couple of white pictures up there.
That's fair. So if you look at the south, or right there.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Counselor Allgood.
when this came to us previously, one of the concerns we had was a lot of the roadway frontage is just one long piece of ground irrigated by the same system, mowed by, and so if I understand it right, now this long frontage will be broken up by property owner?
Yes, and they've all agreed to maintain that property, whatever's apportioned to them individually.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was the big concern because there's so much frontage on this section of road.
Yeah, understood. And yeah, and like I said, for the most part, this is that whole section right on the west side there, we have all those signatures.
Counselor McGee?
Thank you, Mayor. So just for my benefit, just to clarify, other than the island that you just talked about, everything else is now, someone has responsibility for the uptake, the caretake of those areas, with the exception of the island, and then we can figure that out. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. I mean, and obviously the ITD portion is gonna be cleared, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So there will still be landscaping there, whether there's a lot there or not, so somebody will be responsible for those landscape buffers. I mean, the landscape can't just go away, correct? And maybe I'm looking at staff too, with that road widening on that. Is that correct?
So there is a landscape buffer there as well as a pathway. So that would need to be maintained by either the property owners, and we don't have anything from ITD. Clarifying if they would maintain that or the property owners were, so.
I can tell you that ITD.
I think their plan is to tear that out, yeah.
On that. So, but I mean, there still will have to be landscaping along there,
Yep.
in some shape or form. And so I think the question is, do we want one company maintaining that or relying on all those individual?
Pursuant to the agreement we prepared with the city, it's gonna be separable between each landowner is gonna be responsible for their portion,
Yeah.
so.
I have a question.
Yes, Counselor Richard.
On the part where you said it was a moot issue for Crunch, that's what we're talking about, right? Where ITD's
Yeah.
over?
Mhm.
So who's maintaining it in the meantime?
My understanding is that they're already tearing it out.
Okay.
Already starting to widen it. So, I mean, as of right now, I believe, and I guess I would almost have to defer to Curtis on this, but I believe the business association is still maintaining it until until we finish and complete this process. But I'm not entirely sure. But as of right now, we don't own that. ITD owns that property.
And then when each of these are sold, is there something in the sales agreement then that says that they will have to maintain that? Not that one in particular, but each lot.
Sold. They're not being sold. They're just
No,
being
I mean, if they ever get, are they individually owned, right?
right.
So if they ever get sold in the future, there's something in that sales agreement that says that they have to maintain that area as well, right?
Yeah, so this agreement will be recorded, and so, I mean, the property will be subject to this agreement.
Maybe a quick question. Was there any discussion about requiring in that agreement that they all hire the same landscape company? 'Cause from my perspective, at least my concern is, what if you get one of the owners that just starts to not care? And so you get nice landscaping taken care of up to this point, and then from there on, it's just weeds and whatever else. The grass is, 8 inches long or whatever. So was there any discussion to require, even though maybe it's going to their ownership, that they must utilize the same landscape company so we know that it's all gonna get taken care of rather than just half of them or whatever it may be?
So, no, there's no requirement that they use the same, but I mean, part of the requirement is that they're going to be subject to, city ordinances regarding landscaping obligations applicable to lots formerly known as common lots. So, I mean, they have to expressly acknowledge that they're subject to enforcement by the city under this agreement.
Well, I think,
Yeah,
because
go ahead.
part of the issue that we had before, which is why we wanted this, was because we didn't wanna put more, work on the city with chasing people around to maintain their areas when somebody's already maintaining it, right? That was part of it. So, I guess I'm wondering, I don't know how feasible it is, I'm just trying to think, like, is there any way where if the property owner doesn't maintain it, that then the builder, or the business association would, instead of putting it on the city and taxpayers?
I mean, we're requesting that these not be common lots and be conveyed, the properties are gonna be conveyed to the property owner. So I don't know why the business association, I mean, I don't know why the business association would have to enforce that. Again, we're just requesting that these aren't common lots, so, I don't know how we would have the authority to enforce them.
Yeah. I get concerned when we take the responsibility away from like, if they're not maintaining it and it's difficult to get a hold of them if they're not local, and then we're putting it on the city to then follow up, find them, chase them around, and then we're using more of the city's resources and taxpayer money so that they can not have to maintain their lots.
I
Is
understand.
how they had it put together before.
Right, but then I mean, say someone else becomes, president of the business association and then what if they don't maintain it after the property owner? I mean, then
You're
it's
just
still,
going after one person instead of, 6.
oh, I understand what you're saying. I guess, I just don't think to do that, you would have to assess these lot owners. And again, the whole purpose of doing this is because there's businesses in this park that are paying for frontage that they're not receiving the benefit of.
Well, I mean, they are, in essence, that if
Some-
it looks good, people are coming in, right?
There's a number of
And
warehouses in there that don't have customers who show up.
Well, and I understand that, but there's a part of me that feels like when that was established, the agreement with the business association, that should have been something they worked out amongst themselves instead of then now, we're, in a perfect world, everybody will take care of their area, but if not, then the responsibility goes to the city, which then affects taxpayers that don't have any interest there.
I guess, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I mean, I guess you would, as far as the taxpayer, I mean, wouldn't you be, in enforcing that provision, I mean, wouldn't you be fining, and the cost would be borne by the, whatever property owner?
Well, yes, that's the idea, unless this comes up with every group of businesses in Caldwell, and then we don't have the staff to take care of it, we have to, you know what I mean? It's just a slippery slope that we get into with another business development wanting to do the same thing, and then, I think the concern that we had was that we have put this off now, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 5 times, because it was so hard to get a hold of the business owners. And so it's gonna be that hard for staff to get a hold of them.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, but from my perspective, I feel like we're trying to do the right thing here by requesting the city remove the plat. I think another business association would be, I mean, if it's really this big of an issue, they're just going to deed the property over. I mean, clearly, this property was deeded to ITD without our knowledge. And so I think that there'd be nothing from stopping that happening in the future. And again, now it's ITD's obligation. So I guess, sure, you're concerned about chasing all these people, but it might be in the next situation, it could be those people's property anyway.
Counselor McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it's probably a quick question for Mr. Waterman. So, Mr. Waterman, hypothetically, one of the businesses along 2026 is not mowing their lawn, not taking care of their part of the property. This would be a typical code enforcement situation where we would send out code enforcement, or we'd send a letter first, or whatever that process is. We wouldn't actually pay for the mowing or the uptake, or why do I keep saying that? The upkeep of that location. But we would we would enforce the property owner to take care of it. Is that correct?
Yes, to a point. So, the process for dealing with essentially what would constitute a nuisance is abatement, which involves a notice, and then if an owner fails to maintain, then the city will pay to have it fixed, and then the city will take the cost of that and assess it against the property. And if the owner doesn't come back and pay the city for it, then we auction off the property and use the proceeds to pay for the bill. So, now that being said, does the abatement cost cover the administrative cost of going out and sending the letter? I don't think necessarily that it does. So the more there is code enforcement work that is not necessarily covered by the abatement cost, and the more users you have, that can increase that. And so I think it is true that you go from having one point of contact to many. It's sort of a double-edged sword. You go from one point of contact to many. You also go from an entity that doesn't care all that much if you auction off their common lot landscaping strip to somebody who now owns outright, as a portion of their business, that piece of property they're supposed to maintain. And when you assess against it, it's much more urgent to get that dealt with. So anyway, it's one that council just has to wrestle with. But you know, I meandered to address Councilor Register's comment. It is true that the consequence of this is that we'll go from having one point of contact for code enforcement issues to many.
Thank you. Okay, Counselor Williams?
Mr. Waterman, while you have the microphone, just a quick question. Is there law that allows us to gift property to someone and require them then to pay for it? And what happens if they say, no, thank you?
Council, you can't oblige somebody, to my knowledge, to take a piece of property. Even assuming you could, though, if they don't care about it, they can just simply do nothing with it. An assessment for something like nuisance abatement is against the value of the property. It's not a personal debt. So maybe you could help me understand who is giving property to whom.
Well, essentially, the city is giving this property to these property owners. We're saying this is now yours. So if someone in my neighborhood decided they didn't want to take care of property, so they just decided to give it to me, and the city decided they wanted to do that, now I'm responsible to pay the taxes and pay the upkeep. I don't have a right to say, no, I don't want that?
So, a point of clarification. The city does not own, as I understand, the common lot. The common lot's owned, the portion along the northern strip is owned by ITD. And that came about, in general, CC&Rs have a provision that the developer is in fiat control of CC&Rs until they're down to like one home left. And so it sounds like, that's for HOA, for residences, obviously. It sounds like something similar was true. The developer maintained control of the common lots and the CC&R amendments until this was built all the way out. And in the interim between final plat and handing administration over to the association, sold off the common lot, which was owned by the developer / BOA at the time, to ITD, which is an interesting issue that point we can't do anything about it, although in theory I guess we could try to enforce the plat against ITD. But anyway, so those common lots are owned by the BOA, and the plat obliges in a note the BOA maintains them and owns them. So the transfer would be from the Business Owners Association to the property owners, and when this was originally proposed, that was one of the concerns. Shouldn't some be able to say no? Which is why council obliged the applicant to come back with the yes from the owners, which is evidenced by their signatures. just your hypothetical, can your neighbor deed you a little piece of property and oblige you to pay for it? These generally only have the grantor's signature on them. In theory, someone could, but whatever the obligations are of that piece of property, they'd be localized in the property, and you can simply ignore it and it will go away. But also, you could go, in theory, to court and assert that this is not a valid transfer, I have no interest in this, and
I appreciate that. In addition to other concerns, there's still not a unanimous acceptance of this, and that's a problem for me.
Okay.
Very good. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. So, Mr. Waterman, I know we're typically from a continued hearing, you were here, signed up on the first, we don't add. However, since we did allow for additional in favor, I think it probably appropriate to see if there's anybody else that wanted to testify on this and maybe weren't here at the original hearing. Would be that acceptable?
Mayor, on the basis of sort of the fact that this has morphed, I think that's a fine idea. Yeah.
Okay. And there may not be, but I just thought it'd be fair to say that. So I don't know if there's anybody that is here that would like to testify on this item that had not signed up, any previous? Okay. Oh. I'm curious, I'm a developer. Do you mind coming to the mic and just maybe state your name and address?
It was just a quick question. I don't
Mhm.
want to take up anybody's time. Alexander Heap, Third Eye Development, 11652 West Annalee, Boise, Bay 3709. What exactly is this project? Because I've done similar projects like this before. To suffice for all of the maintenance on basically the city front street, you just create like basically a commercial HOA. Everybody pays into it. The HOA has a president. And then if you guys have to do anything, you go after the HOA rather than the individual property owner. So it makes it really easy and streamlined.
And that's kind of what's up, so instead of an HOA, you know, it's a business association. here
Right,
on the
same
homeowners,
thing.
So kind of the same deal, so yeah, at the request, and we'll allow the applicant to come back up afterwards.
So I
for the
just heard
rebuttal,
her concerns,
Mhm.
and then, you know, what he was saying representing his clients.
Mhm.
The easiest way is just do a, association basically, and then you go after one person, not 15 of them.
Yeah, which I think that's how it's set up now.
Gotcha.
So they're looking at separating that out. Mhm.
I didn't want to
Mhm.
speak out of turn.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect this project. I'm not in this project. I wanted to know. It was kind of hard to follow what was going here because there isn't really a description in the packet, and then listening, I was
You have
kind
to
of like.
come to all the meetings, so you can follow
been here in July.
along.
I'd be a business owner in Caldwell, but the city, you know, the airport didn't favor my, proposal, so we'll talk about that here
yeah.
soon though.
So yeah, I think kind of going on that, we'll allow the gentleman to come back up. It was set up that way, and they've had difficulty of contacting that association, so trying to see if this is an easier way to go about it. And again, kind of a two-edged sword, like was mentioned, but yes, please come forward. Want to allow you to have the final say, yes. And then it sounds like Counselor Elgin has a question for you, so.
I had to get my steps in, so
Yeah,
I
no,
appreciate
you're good.
it.
So any last comments or anything like that?
You know, Curtis clarified too, I think, again, the BOA's concern is that a number of the members, you know, aren't interested in paying for that frontage because they receive no benefit. So I think to put a financial obligation on the BOA when they might not be able to satisfy, I think is difficult. And again, going through these steps to get these agreements, I understand we don't have unanimous consent, and I understand that's a concern, but what we don't have is unanimous consent of the lot owners to continue to pay for all this frontage. So again, I understand the concerns, but I just think from our perspective, you can go after one, you know, the one individual, or, you know, the association, but I don't know how feasible that will be. And I think by having this resolution where every lot owner has agreed to take the property minus the two, I think it's, you know, the vocation is just appropriate at this time.
Counselor Allgood, did you have a question?
So we understand that we have two that are negative. How many do we have positive? Do you know that number?
The actual number, I don't have. I mean, I could pull it up and look, but every property that has frontage that's gonna be receiving property is agreed.
There was also concern previously, some of the interior properties along the roadside have ditches outside their fence, and those ditches were having weeds in them, and, it was considered BOA again, but they did not want to inherit the ditches on the interior properties. Have you discussed that with any of your clients, or is it just exterior properties?
I guess I would almost wanna defer to Curtis on this one, Curtis. Yeah, if you wanna come up here and just, I apologize, like I said, I'm not exactly.
Hi. I'm not sure what you're referring to, 'cause.
So real quick,
Yeah, Curtis Moore.
Yeah, say your name and address, please, and then if you could keep it brief, that'd be great.
Yeah, 5612, West Sides, Boise, Idaho. There is nothing outside. There's no ditches or no anything on that.
On some of the interior roads, in between the road and the business, there's like,
All it has to do with the exterior on the common lot area. There's no questions on any of the other stuff of it, okay? And the number, I mean, the association voted to dissolve, so it's going away. It's not even gonna be in existence. That's what's driving this whole thing.
that was my second question.
Yeah, so the only reason it's even still in existence is we're trying to work with the property owners to get this resolved smoothly for them before we transition and just dissolve and go away. So that's been voted on over a year ago, okay? And everybody's agreed and signed that they're taking care of the properties. In fact, that happened this year. Every property owner maintained all the properties this year, on their own. So as far as maintaining that, everybody's agreed on it and they've done it and they've stepped up. So Crunch just never did respond, but that strip is not even common area. That was taken out beforehand. So the association doesn't own that. And they just never did respond at all when I reached out at all to them, you know. And the school is the one that wanted the little island because they have a sign there. And then I found out that the city might have an interest in just taking those islands out and just asphalting over. And so, that's really where that island thing came out. Everybody else has agreed, and there hasn't been any issues with anybody. They're ready to move forward because everybody wants to just get on with life. So.
Very good. Do you have another
I
question?
have some questions, real
Okay.
quick. If tonight's a no and we decide not to do it, then what is the plan of the association to maintain it if they've dissolved?
They'll deed the property over to the property owners because they've agreed to do it.
And then I need more clarification, I guess, on the roads inside. Who's gonna maintain that if there's no association?
Yeah, I don't know, it was a discussion in July, it's been a long time ago,
Yeah,
but,
so those.
The association's never maintained any of the roads.
and
Yeah.
so, I guess my question would be, I mean, Councilor Register and I's question would be, maybe for Mr. Waterman, if there is no association anymore, what are we doing here?
Yeah. Why did you not just deed them over to begin with?
Well, I'm questioning that now too, but the question was really, we were trying to do this, whatever was considered the right way to get the city council's approval, to get the plat notes to match with the deeded properties. That's all we were asking for, is to say, hey, we just wanna remove the notes off the plat so that the property owners, it makes it easier for them to do lot line adjustments and make sure all their properties, everything works.
Were you at
know?
that original meeting?
I was. yeah.
Okay, 'cause the way I remember it, which it's been a little while, was more, it was kind of like that, but it was more like, it wasn't really prepared, right? So that's why we had the questions of, well, are your business owners okay with this? Because it didn't sound like anybody knew. So we wanted to make sure somebody was gonna be held accountable, right?
But they were, and we've gone through the steps to do what was asked.
But the
like,
reason why the council
what's
asked
the
for
deal?
that was because at that original meeting, it didn't sound like there was anything official. It was just kind of somebody coming up and saying, yep, everybody's good with it. Well, we have an obligation to the city, and like I said before, the taxpayers, to make sure that we're not putting an extra burden on them, because this a development doesn't want an association anymore. So that's why it has to be looked at that way. But my other question is, he had mentioned a couple of times that there were some interior businesses that weren't benefiting from the outside landscape, which I still kind of disagree with, because if it looks good, they're coming in. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But how many businesses are we talking about that aren't paying or aren't putting into it?
Well, total businesses, I think, with the association was something like 47, okay? The only ones that are affected with the actual lots getting, is like 8, I think, okay? But the vote by the association to dissolve was 78% to dissolve versus, 12% to remain, and so it was complete. Most of the people, organizations felt it was a waste of their money to maintain, because the biggest expense was the common areas, and they just didn't feel they were getting any kind of benefits from anything, and most of them are just saying, we don't feel it's worth paying any dues for an association, and it's already built out, so it's kind of like they were like, what are you gonna enforce? Nobody's doing approvals for how these places can come in, because everything's already done. And so it's already kind of done deal. So that was kind of what the overall association's take was on it, and that's why it was voted to dissolve the association. So.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much, appreciate it. So with that, I send for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing.
So moved.
So we have a motion from Counselor Richard, a second from Counselor Allgood to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. So with that, that moves us on to discussion of the council. If you have any questions for staff, they're available, and any motions are appropriate at any time as well.
Mayor,
Counselor McGee.
question for staff, just going back to, it seems like it's been a while since the original presentation, certainly since the original presentation. Is the staff recommendation to approve this?
Mayor, council member, we didn't make a recommendation in the staff report on this case.
Any other questions for staff or any discussion, or also any motions?
Mr. Mayor,
Counselor Allgood.
This seems very uncommon, and I don't know that there's a good answer. If the BOA has ceased to exist, there's not any, it seems to me, and Mr. Waterman could correct me, there would be no, if we don't take action tonight, there would be no recourse for us because the B of A doesn't exist. Is that correct?
So, council, I'm not certain as to whether or not the city can, it would involve, the BOA has certain enforcement authority internal to it as to its members. But in order for the city to utilize that, would require, I think, an assessment against the BOA followed by some sort of writ obliging the BOA to assess its members. I've never heard of that happening. So I don't want to say for certain there's no recourse, but I'm not aware of a path by which the city could go from the BOA and then through it and oblige the BOA to make an assessment on its members and then oblige the BOA to foreclose on the assessment in the event of non-payment. So
I don't think that's what I'm asking. What I'm asking is if the BOA has dissolved as of a year ago, we can't require them to remain in existence. Is that correct?
So, again, Mayor and Council, that's the thing I'm saying. I'm not certain of the answer in the sense that I don't know if there's a way to get the court to order them to exist because they were meant to exist per the plat and then order them to come back into existence and do stuff. I've never heard of that happening. So I believe, with a fair amount of certainty, that the answer is no. We could abate and then assess the property, which would just be the common lot. That's the only thing the BOA owns, which has no resale value because it's a common lot. And so essentially the answer, to my knowledge, is no. There's no recourse against the BOA unless they want to exist and have other things they want to do, so.
So, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, just
Yes,
one more.
Councilor McGee.
I can't guarantee it's one more question for Mr. Waterman, but another question for Mr. Waterman. So if I'm understanding your discussion with Mr. Allgood, code enforcement or enforcement of this is really only one option now, and that is to approve this so that those individual business owners could be held accountable potentially for not taking care of those properties. Is that correct?
Council, if the BOA is not being obliged to go away by the city, they could in theory continue to exist. But this particular problem that you're facing is a common and recurring one in the context of residential HOAs. And there are common lots and HOAs where the HOA has determined that there's insufficient energy and motivation to upkeep the common lots, and so the HOA just doesn't. And the property owners don't have an interest in doing that or maintaining an HOA and engaging the other things the HOA does. The city has had no luck enforcing landscape obligations against HOAs that just cease to exist. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Williams, yes.
I'm just gonna say, for the record, I would guess that when the council approved this development back whenever that was, that there was a development agreement signed that included this business association, and I don't like the fact that now that it's built, they're coming back and wanting to dissolve it as a principle. I don't wanna set the precedent that you can just agree to that for the development and then come back later and say, King's X, we're out.
I share those concerns, very much, because with as much as Caldwell's growing, I'm nervous about developments coming in and doing the exact same thing across the board. And then, right now, it might work with the people in place, but then whoever they sell to, and I don't know, it's just messy. But my bigger concern at this point is, I'm trying to remember, at the original meeting, it sounded to me like they needed this to dissolve the association. That's the way I understood it, that they had to take care of this first to dissolve it. Now we're being told it was dissolved a year ago. So this is just formality, and they should have done it another way, and I'm kind of feeling a little bullied into it, if that's the case, so. My
Mayor?
thoughts.
May I
Yes.
clarify? So what should happen with this development is that they would have to replat and adjust those lot lines so that common lot is within each of those property owners' property. And then therefore it would be maintained because it would be on their property, and it would take out that gray area. But it will have to be replatted, and the property owners would have to consent to replatting, or lot line adjustment.
Right, but then that goes back to having multiple people to deal with instead of just one, which is what we've been led to believe since July. That's where I'm confused, or April, whatever it was.
Any other questions or discussion, or any motions?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion.
Counselor Doty.
We approve the request for partial vacation of plat notes that reference common lot ownership by the business owners associated for all phases and replats as identified herein for Sky Ranch Business Center subdivision, BAC-22-01.
Very good. So that's a motion for approval of the request for the vacation, for, again, the case number is VAC-22-1. So we have a motion for approval of the request. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion from Counselor Doty, second from Counselor McGee for approval of the request. Any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor, just very quickly, I don't disagree with what Councilman Register and Councilman Williams are saying. I don't like setting a precedent at all, but I guess my concern is I don't know how we would I don't see a way to enforce this, and this is, one of these corridors, I think one of the reasons why we're having this discussion is because one of the main corridors into our community, and we want it to look good, we want it to look nice. And so I'm reluctantly seconding the motion, and I'm reluctantly voting for it. I don't think, obviously, we've heard this like 5 or 6 times now. It's not a perfect solution, but I'm optimistic it's 51% best solution.
Okay, very good. Any other discussion?
I'm still basing it off what I believe I heard at the original meeting, which was they needed this to dissolve the association. That's the way I understood it, or we wouldn't be going through all of this. So I don't know if they have any paperwork that says the association's dissolved, but I think we're getting 2 different messages, and that's how I feel.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Okay, so again, the motion is for approval. The voting is open. And the votes are in, and so the voting is locked, and the motion does pass with 4 in favor, 2 against. Councilor Register and Councilor Williams did vote against the motion, and the other 4 councilors did vote in favor. So that does approve the request for the vacation. So that ends, so I'd stand for a motion to close, or to end business, old business action item number 1.
So moved.
And the second? Second. So a motion from Councilor Stoddard and second from Councilor Doty, to close old business action item number 1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. That moves us into new business, so we're actually gonna jump into our amended agenda here with, 1A, which is approved resolution authorizing amendments to the City of Caldwell Police Officer Pay Scale effective December 21st, 2022. So who's the staff that's gonna present on that one? Shelley. We're gonna put Sean up to, I like it. Good job, Chief. So, our Deputy Chief Sopoaga. Very good. So the time is yours, sir.
Awesome. Mr. Mayor, councilors, so probably a few months back, we realized that we did have a captain's position that was budgeted for and that we did want to fill. As we were looking at the current pay rate, it was obvious to us that in order to remain competitive within the Treasure Valley, we needed to get a pay raise for that position. So currently, Canyon County captains are coming in at $138,000. Nampa's captains are coming in at $148,000. Currently, right now, as it stands, our captain position is slated for $109,000. So we're about 10% back from CCSO and about 20% back from Nampa PD. I think as far as being competitive also, there are people who have been contacting us. They realize what we are building here at the department, and they definitely want to be a part of the culture. Part of their hangup is obviously the pay rate. So with Boise PD, today they lost another captain, so they're down 2 captains. They're also down 5 lieutenant positions. So to be competitive, we're obviously in that same hiring pool for our captain position. So that is basically the request we were making for this pay rate. So currently, the captain position is $109,000, just a little over. We are requesting a pay rate raise to $125,000. The reason we request this is because we're trying to basically stay in a specific percentage between ranks. So between the deputy chief rank and the chief rank, there's a 12% difference. If we raise the captain position to $125,000, it'd be a 12% difference between the captain's position and the deputy chief's position.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any questions from council? Councilor Register?
I have a question.
Go for it.
I mean, I believe we need to be competitive. I want to make sure we're not taking away from the lower ranks in any way.
Yeah.
Are we, do we have a plan as far as making their pay competitive as well?
We do have a plan, and the chief and I have definitely been working on that proposal. There are a lot of factors involved, but we do want to stay, current and competitive with other agencies in the Treasure Valley, everywhere through our rank structure. And we realize that in order to do that, we need to obviously get our people paid a little bit more than they are already.
Right, but moving these salaries up on the top is not going to affect that plan.
Not right now, no.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes,
Mayor.
Councilor Allgood.
I don't have questions for Chief Deputy, I just have a statement to make
yeah.
at some
Mhm.
points. my concern, I asked this to be pulled off the consent calendar, and my concern is not with the need. Clearly, the need is there, that's not the issue. My issue is our ability to meet our wages in the future. All of the wages we're paying right now for the upper end of law enforcement and fire are a lot more than we were paying a year ago. The chief is over 30,000 more than we were paying the previous chief. Deputy chief's position did not exist last year. And so the deputy chief's wages are completely brand new. And then this captain's increase, my concern is, and like I said, I'm not arguing the need at all. My concern is that none of this was in our budget in June when we discussed this. So we're adding all of this to our budget and our ability to continue to pay. I want to make sure that we're not overextending ourselves because this was not budgeted when we finalized our budget. I guess that, if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense. It does.
I want to make
So-
sure that we have the ability to pay our bills.
Very good. So no, that does, like I said, that makes perfect sense. So I was able to talk with, our treasurer, Rochelle Castleberry. I spoke with her earlier this evening. So she has 2 little kids. It was kind of tough for her to get here tonight on late notice. I told her, don't worry about it. Go home, take care of your family. I'm sure we can handle this. So I did talk to her about that. And we talked a lot about, ongoing expenses versus one-time expenses. And I think that's kind of where your concern is coming from is, so one-time expense, okay, yes, it's done, we can pay for it, we move on. But with these, it is an ongoing expense. And so we discussed that. And so, and she reminded me that we have the item coming up, which I'm very excited about, 3B, with ending the Caldwell East Urban Renewal Project, that will infuse significant amount of money into the city budget without increasing levy. There's been that money that's gone to the Urban Renewal District, for many years. And so from what we're looking at now, that should infuse at a minimum $3.5 million into our budget next year. Again, without increasing, if we didn't take a penny more, we're gonna get $3.5 million more, just because rather than that money going to urban renewal, it comes down to the city. Now, that doesn't all go to police. I'm sure they would love that on that. But obviously a good portion of that does, because police and fire are pretty much 100% property tax on that. So a good portion of that $3.5 million will go to police. And so in talking with Rochelle, she assured me that with all the additional position, with additional raises, that infusion of money will more than offset any of these increases on that. So should cover, and that's a continuum every year that we will be getting that money rather than urban renewal. So we'll offset those where we shouldn't see any requirement to increase taxes or anything like that to pay for these positions.
And what are we doing it to cover in our current budget year?
So with this budget year, and Deputy Chief, if you want to jump in, so a fourth of the budget year is gone as of just January 1st. And so it's just really the 9 months you're covering for this year. And I believe that there's been some vacant positions within the police department in this first quarter, because when we budget for all positions. And there's been several vacancies, so there should be more, and Chief Sopoaga can confirm or deny, I guess.
Yeah,
Should be plenty of money in there from those
I think Rochelle's
positions.
on Zoom, but from kind of the conversations we had, the difference, from the current, captain pay rate to our proposed pay rate is $15,000. And so with the position being vacant, combined with the other vacant positions, from what she's saying, we can easily make that up, and she didn't have any issues with that for the current budget.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you. Because, that position for the captain's been vacant for this first quarter. And if that position was $105,000, so 25% of that would be over $25,000, which would offset that payment right there on that, so.
Like I said, I'm not arguing the position. I want you guys to get what you need. I just want to make sure we can pay our bills, is why I'm asking that. Thank you. That's all I
Yeah.
have.
Oh, no, yeah, that's a great question. So, any other questions from council?
Mr. Mayor, I attended the, Urban Renewal Agency meeting the other day, and I thought the number coming back to the city was $2.5 million, not $3.5 million. Has that changed since then, or? 'Cause that's $1 million, the 2.5 is $1 million less than what we're stating now.
Council, I am probably not qualified to answer that question, and, our treasurer is not on Zoom, so she's not here to answer that question.
So, and I don't know if I know that they just finished the audit, like within the last day or two, but I know your urban renewal was recently, so, but that was the number it looked like with the, cause the urban renewal coming on, I think it's 5 million, but then 80%, that cap on 80% of the new, whatever comes on, so that's, I believe there's, might dropped it down to 3.5 million was the number that I did get today on that, and I'm not sure the difference on that, if it's just because of the audit coming in and those numbers coming in maybe a little bit higher than what you're expecting, but that would be if, again, if everything stayed level, no increases in any property values, that was the number that we were looking at being infused next year. Okay, any other questions? Okay, awesome, thank you so much, appreciate it. Okay, so with that, we do have, again, action, this is the new business 1A, a resolution authorizing amendments to the City of Caldwell Police Officer Pay Scale effective December 21st, 2022. Any discussion on that item? Any motions on that item?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion
Counselor Doty,
that we approve the resolution authorizing amendments to the City of Caldwell Police Officers Pay Scale effective December 21st, 2022.
Second.
So we have a motion from Counselor Doty and a second from Counselor Stodic for approval of the resolution to authorize the amendments to the City of Caldwell Police Officer Pay Scale. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, can we just do a roll call vote on it, or oh, do you have it? Oh, do you? I didn't see it, sorry. So, no, yeah, if we got it, let's go for it. So, okay, so with that, voting is open. And this is for, again, approval of the resolution. Mr. Allgood, last. Okay, voting's closed, and that motion passes with 6 in favor and none in opposition, so it passes unanimously. That moves us on to action item number 1. This is a public hearing legislative consideration of proposed airport fees to be modified to add new fees, including but not limited to landing fees, and to potentially increase fees above 5% of that previously charged. So we do have Mr. Oates, thank you for being here tonight, our airport manager, and that handsome young man on the screen.
Yeah, we need to do 11.
So 11 was pulled down to 3, A and B. We can do it if you want to do it now. Okay. So, yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you. It's good to have you keeping track of me. So that's my wife's not here to do it, so she appreciated it too. So with that, we do have Mr. Oates here. We appreciate that. Mr. Orton is at home, not feeling well, so we appreciate him staying there and infecting his family instead of us. So he is available for any questions and comments as well. So I know that they've been working a lot on this together. I know Mr. Orton's been putting a lot of effort in the last month, so we want to make sure he was here too to answer any questions on that. So we will turn it over to you, Mr. Oates, and then also if you need to bring Mr. Orton in at any time, feel free to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Rob Oates. I'm the airport manager, business address 4814 East Linden, Caldwell. The airport fee resolution, which tonight is action item number 2 on the agenda, was considered last month, and during the discussion of the proposed fees at that time, the consensus of council was that the fee resolution needed some more work. So in the interim time, our staff, including Mr. Orton and myself, have met with the Airport Commission during a public workshop, and we reviewed where we were at that point, where we expected to go for the coming year, what the deficits were, what the opportunities were. We took the guidance and input we'd received from council members during that previous hearing, and the spreadsheet, which was provided to you, titled Caldwell Executive Airport Funding Plan, the one-page document, has Mr. Orton written all over it by its style and potential complexity. But this is actually the simple version, the distilled version of the spreadsheet. And it offers a lot of information that essentially backs up where we're headed budget-wise with the airport, with the numbers that we have been tracking beginning with that starting fund balance and taking into account revenue and expenses and what our expected obligations will be in the future. And the idea, which was really the starting point of all of the effort we've put into this, which was to structure the airport fees thus that we could reduce the requirement for assistance from our general fund budget and also from the sales tax revenue, and make the airport more self-sufficient. That was our goal from the beginning, and with the input of the Airport Commission, as well as some input from Treasurer Castleberry, this document that's before you is the backup. Now, the underlying resolution that's before you tonight actually has only a couple of items that are different from the resolution you saw before. What we did, again, with input from our FAA partners in Helena, with regard to what we could and should not potentially do with our rate structure, we created a two-tiered land lease rate program, where prior to this, all the properties that we leased at the airport came under a single rate, which was the council rate that's approved each year in the budget resolution. But what we have done by way of restructuring that is we did propose, or we have, it's in this resolution, propose an increase in the basic land lease rate, which at the moment is 22.7 cents per square foot per year. That rate we're proposing to increase to 32.5 cents per square foot per year for all of the airport leases. Essentially, we'll call them inside the fence. The second tier of the rate structure will be for the airport leases that offer access to the surface streets, street access leases. Those have a higher value. Those are typically utilized by business entities, and our proposal for that is the 42 cents per square foot per year. Now, that will be essentially the council designated rate for the properties that come under that council rate. You recall we had a discussion previously that as leases change, the new lease template includes provisions for having that rate adjusted by council action. An enormous number of our leases are the older leases, and the spreadsheet reflects the fact that those are turning over slowly, year by year. Let's see. The resolution also offers a clarification of some of the features of the tie-down area. You'll recall that the rate for tie-down was increased to $75 per month. That was again recommended by the Airport Commission and approved by council, and we have implemented that. There was some lack of clarity, is the best way to say it, in some of the rules regarding delinquency and who should be on the tie-down area, things like that. The resolution makes that more clear. So that's a minor refinement. Now, with regard to landing fees, that was discussed at the previous hearing on this matter. We did the research on that, and our best estimate is that landing fees would be an appropriate tool for use to gather additional revenue at our airport in the future. So this plan does not include implementing landing fees now, but it does reserve that opportunity for a future time as we attract more of the larger aircraft. And again, we did research this with other airports, and the larger aircraft is typically where those landing fees are assessed. So the technology does exist to do it, but it doesn't appear that that would be an appropriate fee to impose right now at our airport. We also took a look at fuel flowage fees, and I believe we are going to take a hard look at that for next go-round for the fee resolution. We are gathering additional information about that from our fuel vendors right now, and we'll come back with a recommendation for that for the future. Let's see, those are the key items for the resolution. The staff recommends the resolution be approved as I've described it, and as is in your packet, and I'll be happy to stand for additional questions.
Very good. Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you for all the time. I know Counselor Stoddard, I think probably all the counselors actually have put in a lot of effort into this and meeting with people, and taking that extra time, and I know that workshop. And that's great, because that way we can kind of get to some solutions, I think, before coming here, and kind of narrow that focus to where we get here. So I just want to say thank you to everyone involved on that, in that regard. So with that, any questions from council? Or did Mr. Orton, did you want to add anything, Mr. Orton, before we go to questions?
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I think Rob presented it well with a good summary. I would just throw in a couple of points on the landing fees. We appreciate the council has worked hard to help us with this, and we appreciate the Airport Commission's time and effort to workshop this and come up with ideas. And not only that, but also we should acknowledge there's been a number of community members or airport community members who have contacted the staff or the Airport Commission members to share ideas and help, and that's cool. Just real quickly, one factoid that came to us based on the efforts of a pilot who I don't know, was questions to Coeur d'Alene. So they do landing fees, but they do them for aircraft over 8,000 pounds in weight. And to Mr. Oates' point, I think our general thought as we workshopped this with the Airport Commission was that if they were considered in the future, it would probably be, we'd probably use a model similar to other airports where they don't impose them on based aircraft or aircraft that normally reside at your airport. Rather, you're capturing some incoming revenue from the outside when heavier aircraft land. So anyway, things for us to consider as we look at that in the future. Again, just really appreciate all the help and support from the council and everyone who's worked hard to put this together.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Orton. Any questions from council? Councilor Williams?
Mr. Mayor, could you just clarify for me the 42-cent rate on those that have access to the street? Is that new construction only, or are you planning on assessing that to properties that have street access already now? What is?
Yes.
Which one?
A handful of the leases, Mayor and Council Member Williams, a number of leases have already converted to the lease template that includes the opportunity for council to set their rate. So those that are on, which is 10 right now, 10 of the 45 are on the council set rate lease template right now. So so those would shift to this would be their new rate, yes. And it also would apply to new construction, which would, there's a hangar or two in construction down on the Ustick end of the airport to whom this would apply, but primarily we're looking at the construction on the north side. So it would apply, yes, to new construction, yes, is the main source for this.
Follow up, or?
I think I understand. You're saying it's both, though. This is new construction, but you're going to assess this 42-cent rate to any hangar owner that's got street access as soon as this is approved, if it is.
Yes, we're creating that second tier, and in the same way that the other rate will be applied to all of the leases that have the council-approved rate already. Yes.
Okay. Other questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Register.
was this agreement that we have here, was this, was this agreed on by everybody?
No, everybody doesn't agree.
I'm just
sorry,
saying-
Mayor,
well, I know
Mayor and
that's been
council
kind
members, no, I'm sorry, I'm being slightly flippant there. What you see here and what I described is the agreement we worked out during the workshop with Airport Commission. So the Airport Commission representing the airport community, yes, they do agree and recommended this for your approval, yes.
Thank you.
Counselor,
Oh, go ahead.
Counselor Algen?
I just, on a long-term outlook, as we build out the other side of the runway and we lease a lot more hangar space, you know, we're proposing a lot more hangar space over there, will that help alleviate some of our financial situation, or will it just kind of be the same? What, in our, you've kind of got a long-term forecast here, and I was just curious how the build-out of that side will affect your forecast.
Mayor, Councilor Allgood, a great question. The basic answer is yes. The build-out of the north side, including both business-oriented as well as private storage hangars, will affect the financial picture. And some of that is reflected in the forecast here out in that the 11-year outlook section, because we have projected growth on the north side based on our master plan's broad concept of what sorts of hangars we might expect there. And so that is included in the financial picture. The difficult thing to quantify, of course, is how we will get to those out years, because naturally, much like forecasting the weather, the farther in the future you look, the more difficult it is to be precise. But we do expect there to be a significant impact, and we will be evaluating this as we do each year to come back with an appropriate recommendation, you know, for the coming fee resolution, yes.
Counselor Sadek?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment to audience and the rest of the council members that I plan on, as long as I'm on this committee, to make sure that the council has plenty of oversight on this whole program here, because, you know, what I couldn't believe in the past, and I don't hold Mr. Waterman responsible for this because it was before his time, but all these different leases, it just astonished me, and it shouldn't have been that way. And when you look at the FAA rules regarding discrimination, some of the other things, I'm still trying to figure out how that never came into with discussion with our legal folks. But anyway, we will have a lot of oversight to make sure that this whole program reaches its fruition, and, you know, with input from Mr. Orton, Mr. Oates, and especially the commission, I think we'll get there. So I just like to make that comment.
Yeah.
And if anybody's dissatisfied, they can always dismiss me from the commission, and I can move on. So anyway.
Very good. Any other questions for staff? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. So we have some people signed up, wishing to testify. So we will start with those in neutral. We have 2 individuals signed up in neutral, both indicating they wish to testify on this item. The first is Greg Swanson. If you'll please come forward, and if you could just state your name and your address for the record, we'd appreciate it. And then you'll have 5 minutes for your testimony.
My name is Greg Swanson, 1706 Southeast Third Way in Meridian, Idaho. Mayor and council, I was on the Airport Commission for about 5.5 years. I've been attending Airport Commission meetings for, probably 15 to 18 years. Been a patron of the airport for about 25 years. I'm a hangar owner and aircraft owner. In terms of why I approach this as neutral, there's some things that concern me here. Is some of the definitions in this resolution, if I have it correctly, are somewhat vague.
Real quick, I just want to make sure the people on Zoom can hear you. I know them, maybe bring the mic down. Or, can you guys, okay, yep, I'm getting a thumbs up to, maybe that you could speak more into the mic so they can hear you better.
And if I have the correct resolution that is before the council, a couple of things that I wanted to address.
So I think they're still having a problem. Do you mind just getting that mic right in so they can
Is
hear
that
you
better?
Yeah.
Okay. A couple of things that I'd like to address is under the definitions, leased land, no land side access. We're not running a seaport here. If we're going to pass a resolution that the patrons are required to follow, and this is an issue that has been out there a long time, is we should have good definitions that we all understand, or a definition section. The other concern that I have is, and it's been my theme for a long time, is transparency at the airport. Being around the airport, attending the commission meetings, one of the primary concerns that I have is that there has never been a true review
of leases, whether or not they were renewed leases or new leases by the Airport Commission as the city ordinance mandates. I say that because it's important that we all understand what's happening. We're now at a point where there's been a number of years where things have been done or not done that end up at this point where all of a sudden we have a lot of emotion because the patrons seem that you're taking a fairly radical move at one point. We understand that the council has to balance the budget, has to have accountability in the economic sense. And so when I look at D, bulk fixed rate operator ramp lease, I'm concerned about what that means based on a minimum ramp lease area of no less than 22,000 square feet at 4 cents per square foot. What does that mean? It makes no sense unless there's a particular operator that is looking for that particular provision. And that's a question I have of the council. Why do we have it there? It has that the airport manager finds that he can align it with market rate. And again, in the agricultural land is at the same point, the discretion of the airport manager. I would suggest to the council that it would make more sense, again, as the mandate of the airport commission to review with the input of the airport manager and then submit to the city council for approval of those types of changes. That way we accomplish transparency and we know as patrons, we know as members of the community what is happening, why those numbers are being provided, and why those leases are being granted. So those are some of the concerns I have, that it's rather vague. I would sure like to know what provision D is for. It is somewhat vague, and other than that, I just urge that we move ahead with reviewing this issue. In terms of the cooperation, I've seen a lot more cooperation that's happened between management, the city council, and the patrons in the last year than ever has been, and that's a good sign. But again, I still urge the council to work towards that transparency so the leases that are granted, the method that the airport is managed, is all out there where everybody can view it. I broached the subject at the last airport commission meeting that again, we still are having a hard time determining what the income is, what the expenses are, and what the discretionary expenses are for the airport. That's never been really made clear. A number of us have tried to look at it. I know some individuals have met with Mr. Orton. And so those are just some of the concerns that I think you as a council should address and be aware of as you move through your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure I saw Mr. Oates taking notes, and I'm guessing Brent is too. So we'll let them answer those questions when they come back up. Next on our list to testify is Mr. Stan Seward. If you please come forward, if you could state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes for your testimony.
Yeah, Stan Seward, 4003 Preston, and I wonder if we could first clarify, there was a question about when lease rates would change, and I was confused by the answer, so I would like to cover that first. But Rob, correct me if I'm wrong, but the new council rate would occur with those that are already on council rate, or as new leases, as old leases time out, and they have to go to the new lease. So it won't happen to everybody with roadside access at once.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, and we'll allow them when they come back up to make sure. I believe that is the case, but we'll let them clarify that.
Because that sounded a little confusing there. But the first thing I wanted to really compliment the airport commission and their 3-hour marathon meeting to hammer this out and go over the budget, and also Brent and Rob for taking the time to engage them and work with them on this issue. And I really think that there's some good things that came out of it. like, like Greg, I'm concerned about 1D, and I did a little math on that. That 4 cents per square foot, for the ramp, that works out to be, really, really cheap. At the other end, or at the far east end, we have 14 tie downs. And if you look at the square footage of those 14 tie downs and say, okay, at 75 a month, what's that work out to be? That works out to be 75 cents a year. And that's at about 1,200 feet per tie down. Okay? Are you with me? So we're asking people tying down to contribute 75 cents a square foot if they're there a year. But over here on the other end, we're asking for 4 cents. So maybe Brent, maybe we moved a decimal accidentally on that ramp fee. I don't know. But I would like to get some more answers on that. I think this model that we've adopted where Brent and Rob do the best work they can and they bounce it off the airport commission, I think there's a lot of merit to that. Each of us probably knows from experience when we have folks helping us or perhaps looking over our shoulder, that's sometimes when we do our best work. And I'm gonna beat these guys up a little bit, but we had acreage or ag leases at $100 an acre. That's a giveaway. That should have come into the airport at 200 or more per acre. We've got a kind of a lease fiasco with money owed. At a Christmas party, somebody pulled me aside and said, "Hey, thanks for doing the public records request. It looks like I'm at about $600 that the city owes me." They did the math. So, we keep the airport commission engaged is my message. Just like under powers and duties, it says the commission is to recommend and make suggestions to the council for the general use of all lands encompassed in the airport boundaries. That's going to help us out. That's going to get us on track. And I think that's it. So I did send a summary out of property tax that the airport hangar owners contribute, and I think it was assessed value of $49 million, with like $580,000 in taxes from the airport hangar owners to the city and the county. So hopefully everybody got that. Any questions about that?
Very good. Thank you so much. Any questions from any council members? Okay, thanks so much, Sam.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Okay, next person to testify is Mr. Neary, Randy Neary.
Mayor, could Rob go talk about the 42 cents first and clarify that? Because that's something I want to talk about, but I'd like clarification, please.
Okay, yeah, we could do that. So do you mind, Mr. Oates? Maybe just get that clarification before we move forward?
No, Mayor and council members. The rate change was the question at hand. The rates change at different times. So we have leases that many, in fact, are based on CPI. Those are the ones we refer to as our legacy leases. As those change, those leases are converted to leases that are based on the newer template that removed the CPI, which wasn't working for us as far as keeping up with appropriate increases for our airport lease property. So the ones that change with the council-approved resolution, which is what we're up to at the moment, those change when the council approves the resolution. Usually it's with our city fiscal year. This year it'll be hopefully soon if this resolution is approved tonight. So the leases that are based on that rate from the approval of the resolution will shift to that rate for their next billing, is what it comes down to. Now, as an existing property that has a long-term lease, it just continues. and we will evaluate that lease, each year or every few years based on the terms of the lease, based on the CPI value that's all included in the lease document. We're undergoing a review, as we've talked about at several previous meetings. It's a very time-consuming, mathematical effort to go back and review all of our leases. Because these accusations, we need to put an answer to. Either they're correct or they're not correct, and what do we do about them, one way or the other. What we're finding is we did overcharge on some leases. We've undercharged on some. So, we're working through that process. Back to Councilor Williams' question, new construction will all be under the new lease template. When a hangar with an older lease changes hands, it goes on the new template. So anybody who's on the new template now will get the new rate that's approved. Either the 42 cents for the properties that have access to the city street, or the 32.5 cents for the properties that are inside the fence. So,
And was there a number that was thrown out of what you think that, was it 10 out of 41 or 4?
10 of 45.
Okay, so there's 10 of them out there that
10
need to change.
10, I believe, are on the new template, yes.
And does that change like the minute this is approved, or is it like on a calendar year, or when would that, for those 10,
It
when
would be
would that start?
the next time the billing comes up.
Are those billed once a year?
Once a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the others, the remaining, 35, those change slowly over time, and that conversion to the council-approved rate is included in the spreadsheet projection that you were provided. Again, with an assumed rate that our rates will grow at a recent, it's been 7.7%, I think, to match the CPI growth. So we'll look at that for the longer pull, and that's where the assumptions come from in those out years in the spreadsheet.
Perfect, excellent, thank you so much.
Okay.
Mr. Neary, come forward. If you don't mind stating your name and your address for the record.
Yep, my name is Randy Neary. I reside at 111 Ord Boulevard in Nampa. I'm a hangar owner of multiple hangars, and I'm also a commission member. Really, I wasn't gonna speak tonight, but I just wanna say, we worked hard. Councilman Doty really lit a fire under everybody, and I appreciate that. I've been able to sit down with many of you at my place and have a lot of talk, so I appreciate the time that you gave me as a commissioner. I just want to speak on this, the 32 cents. I said as a commission owner, I do own a hangar that is out, that is a legacy lease, and I own hangar space that is new lease. And so I am affected. And I said, as a commission owner, I want a balanced budget for this airport. I believe that's important. I'm willing to step up and raise my rate. I'm a little surprised tonight because I don't remember the conversation of my rate going to 42 cents. Those of you that have heard me speak ad nauseum in my line of work as a builder developer, it's a yes or no answer, and I am a no on that going to 42 cents. Both my hangars have street access. Again, I'm being forced into something that I went into an agreement with this city when I purchased the latest hangar, street access. It was 22 cents, and now we're talking an 85, 90% increase. I don't remember that part of our conversation in the commission. Although I am a business owner and spend some time on my phone, I will agree to that, or admit to that. But that was a pretty in-depth conversation. I don't remember, and Councilman Stoddard, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. I just don't remember a 42 cent based on those 10 leases. I was gonna get up and say that I felt the commission was unanimous in this, but now I am one commission member that is against the 42 cent increase. I think it just goes against the again, this whole, I don't know how to say it nicely, but you're bullying me into having no choice, and I feel I should have a choice. I stepped up to the 32 cents. I am in agreement with that. That falls in line with Nampa. Hell, I would even go 32 cents on my legacy lease to be in line with Nampa. That's probably gonna get me hated for that. But I would do that, but the 42 cents and 90%, 85% increase is just wrong in my opinion. And this commission member is not in support of that. So that's all I had to say. Stand for questions.
So you answered the question I was gonna ask, at the 32 cent. I just wanna make sure if that's what you had understood, and it sounds like it just
That
said
was
you
my
hadn't heard
understanding. That was actually I feel I was the one that even brought it up. I don't remember. I don't need to take credit for anything, but I am 100% on board for 32 cents. We're talking, it's a $3,000 increase or $2,800 increase for me if it goes to the 42 cents. That's a big chunk of money for me to have that yes or no. And again, my life, my world, my business, it's try to get it as simplified as yes or no as we can. And that would be a hard no for me.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Questions from council? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it, Randy. Okay, we have a few more people signed up to testify. So these people signed up in opposition to this request tonight. So we do have 4 signed up to testify. Kenneth, I believe it's Emmons, is that correct? If you'll please come forward, and if you could state your...
He needs to be somewhere, can I?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And you are...
Alexander Heath.
Okay, yeah, please do come forward and...
Developer, hangar owner.
So if you could just
Airpark
state your
owner.
name and address, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
Alexander, oh, Jesus.
No, they probably don't mind at home. They don't mind hearing loud and clear, so.
Alexander Heap, Third Eye Development, 11652 West Annalee, Boise. So I've actually met with Brent, before I even met Rob. And, about building hangars on the north side, and I'm one of the a-holes that General Aviation on Caldwell hates, because I wanna develop it basically into a jet center, on the north end and not put T hangars in and leave GA on the south side. But to the other side of it, and this is where it's gonna get me hated, but I don't really care. So I think this is the most mismanaged airport in the state of Idaho. I think the airport commission is, corrupt in by way of, you've got a.
So I would just be careful of accusations on that. So I,
I'll
respect
state
opinion,
fact,
but.
I'll state fact and only fact. So you've got real estate agents that are on the, committee that handle about 90% of the sale of the hangars on the airport. That's a fact. So there's just some issues here where I've got big, deep pocket investors. I own everything I build. I own air parks near Jackson, Wyoming. I've got hangars in Ontario, 6 of them. Putting a $3 million FBO for executive jet traffic into Ontario, multiple other businesses that I own, a government subcontractor, et cetera. And, first of all, I'm glad the one part was, dropped, the landing fees. I'd never land in Caldwell again, if that was the case. You guys are a small airport, I get it, on bigger airports, and I get it with, planes that weigh more than 8,000, but it's, to come up with fees the way you guys are, I get it, you don't have money. You're trying to create money. But if you'd let me build out the north side, you'd have a ton of money coming in. But it, it got, first it was a great idea, then it was going to RFP, and now it's in, stagnant, and it's still not built. I could have had it built out by now. And so, and I'm not saying it just had to be just me, I'm not trying to single myself out. I'd take 10 hangars and let everybody else get a piece of it. I don't really care, but, it just seems there's a lot of favoritism within this airport. And the committee plays into that, and the people on the committee play into that. And so I think there needs to be a clear, kind of a clean house effect, where get rid of them all. And then bring in people that don't have any interest in the airport to be on the airport commission. And so if you're not a pilot, you shouldn't be on the airport commission, period. Because how do you know how to manage an airport if you don't even fly an airplane? Or have any, airport experience? So you had some money, you built some hangars, and you rent them out. But, that doesn't make you an aficionado on, aviation. And so I just see a lot of, and then you have like grandfather leases, and you have other leases. Some people pay 10 cents, some people pay this, some people pay that. So it needs to be more uniform. And just to basically come in and say, well, we're going to 42 cents on a lease, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of a joke in my opinion. So I share the other guy's pain where I don't have a hangar on your airport, primarily because, my plan or idea wasn't in line with, Rob Oates or wherever it, may be. But, I like flying into Caldwell. I like, landing here, et cetera. But I think the culture is changing. You've got crybabies on one side, and then you've got people like me that want to bring jets on the other. So there has to be like a happy medium here But until you extend your runway, I don't think, landing fees are even a question. You're not gonna get big jets with a 5,000-foot runway. And so, I don't know, I was just asked, I knew about this meeting an hour ago, well, actually, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, whatever, 5 o'clock. I got a phone call and asked, hey, would you come down here and speak? 'Cause I've been around and I'm a pilot and I fly, a couple of times a week, and, I've got a ton of money to, invest. And there's ways to bring money to an airport that you guys have tons of opportunities, tons of land to develop, ways to do it, but to raise, rents by 85%, tie downs by whatever, landing fees, this fee, that fee, what you're gonna do is you're gonna drive people off of your airport, and then people like me are gonna build another airport somewhere here in this valley. And, you're gonna basically see it as mass exodus because people want affordability, but a lot of people that are retired, like few people on my right, when you raise rates by 85%, I mean, that can sink the small general aviation guy, the ones that aren't trying to lease out their hangars for profit. So, I don't know, that's really,
And that's the 5 minutes. So,
Thanks.
So is there any questions from council? Oh, there goes mine too. Double on it. Sorry about that, let me get that going. Okay, no questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, so then we'll go to Kenneth Emmons. So if you could please again state your name and address for the record, and then you will have 5 minutes.
Very good. Kenneth Dwayne Emmons, 2835 West Hubbard Road, Kuna, Idaho. I've been flying off of Caldwell for 23 years now, and I want to see the airport continue to grow. I want to see the expansion. I want to see the tower. I want the thing to prosper. I signed up in opposition to landing fees. I hope that the city council will accept staff's recommendation, kick that can down the road until such time the north side is developed and jets come in. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much for being concise. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much, appreciate that. Next signed up to testify is, I believe it's Paul Collins. And if you could state your name and address for the record, and then you have up to 5 minutes if you need them.
I won't use it. Thank you. Paul Collins, Boise, Idaho, 1965 Stoneview, City of Trees. I own 3 hangars, and they're all have street access. I just found out I'm gonna be up to 42 cents. I wanna tell you, Caldwell Airport, I somewhat disagree. I think it's an excellent airport. It's got a long way to grow, and it's transitioning from a backcountry airport to a jet center. I think that the only concern I have, I say against it, I'm not against raising the rates. I know that things have to be paid for. I just wish that I had been somewhat informed about essentially doubling my rent. I have 4 businesses on my in my hangars, and of course the rate's gonna go up for them, at least, a fifth, because we all pay equally. But I would ask that, Rob?
Mr. Rhodes, you're right there.
That when you're gonna be raising rates like that, you might let us know and talk to us, and, I'm not gonna speak against it. I know we have to pay for things, but 42 cents is pretty good increase, and it'll go to my business owners, 3 of which are directly related to aviation. So I stand for any questions. In the end, you got a great airport, keep it that way.
Very good, appreciate that very much. Any questions from council? Okay, thank you so much, appreciate you being here. And then we do have a gentleman on Zoom that wishes to testify, so Mr. Jeff Schultz. So Jeff, the time is yours, you'll have 5 minutes. If you could just start by stating your name and your address for the record, we appreciate it.
My name is Jeff Schultz, 6901 East Beechcraft Road in Wasilla, Alaska. I have a plane that's tied down there in Caldwell. I have a shared partnership with my dad. I think I'm on an airport board up here, and we're trying to discuss same issues, hangar fees, tie down fees, what we need to go up to. Our tie-down fees are $35 for non-electric and $50 for electric. Alaska is one of the most expensive places you can operate an airplane at. Our hangar square footage lease rate is 6 cents, and our board is discussing it to raise it to 10 cents. I don't know how you guys are collecting 20, 30 cents per square foot and not making it work when we're not even close. I'm not opposed to raising tie-down fees or hangar lease rate. I'm opposed to gouging customers. Our lease rates are protected. We can't raise our hangar lease rates, I think, more than 10%. I'm not sure, but like I said, we were talking about raising them from 6 cents to 10 cents a square foot. There's other ways I think the council and the airport board could generate income. I know Amazon just opened a center there outside, just down the street from the airport. Has anybody ever bothered to approach them to open a feeder port right there at the airport for caravans to come in, or Beechcraft or whatever, to send cargo around the state to other neighboring states? I mean, that's revenue. UPS, FedEx, they all have small feeder aircraft that could be charged for landing fees. And having hangar space or warehouse space to support that. It's a matter of generating income through other sources by encouraging other businesses to operate at the airport, not just trying to get your fees out of the tie-down spaces. I mean, I talked to Rob earlier about it. I'm not opposed to going to like $30 a month. I know fees have been behind on airports everywhere. It's kind of a slow progression, but from going from $20 to $75 is ridiculous, and raising rates on hangar owners quite a bit, that's ridiculous too. Like I said, I'm not against moving them up, but not egregiously like that. And that's all I have to say about it.
Excellent, thank you so much. Is there any questions from council? Okay, I don't see any questions. Thank you so much for joining us. We do appreciate it very much. So that is the last person signed up to testify. So we will go back to Mr. Oates and Mr. Orton. I know there's a few questions still lingering, so maybe, I know there was that one about the 4D or the 1D or whatever that was. Maybe address that, and then some of the others that came up.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Mayor and council members. The bulk ramp rate is really intended as a future provision to offer an opportunity for a future fixed base operator who wants to draw a line around a certain portion of our apron ramp area and control that. So it's intended to be a wholesale lease rate, so that the airport does derive revenue from it, yes, but it's not intended to compete with our tie downs. In fact, we would be leasing that land to an FBO, and typically the FBO would then control that ramp space and would assess fees for aircraft tying down their whatever retail use of the ramp. So that's what the bulk ramp rate is intended for. Let's see.
And then I'll just interject there, if you don't mind, Rob.
Yes.
That rate has been in existence for some time. We put it in the fee resolution and policy statement several years ago when we started to have interest from big fixed-based operator candidates that were expressing interest in bringing some things to the airport. So no one has taken us up on that opportunity to this point in time. And it wasn't something that we brought into consideration or discussed because it's been unutilized. We did not look at it as a way to try to include in the funding plan. So.
Yes, and that's quite correct, Mr. Orton. That rate has been on our fee resolution, I don't recall how many years, but a number of years now, with the expectation that we would eventually grow into a need for that sort of fee. The other thing, to speak briefly to, Dr. Collins mentioned that he has several hangars and businesses operating in those hangars. And I will have to check our records, but Dr. Collins, if you've had your hangars for some period of time, pretty good chance you're on the older lease template. We'll look that up and I'll give you a call. Yeah. Oh, I appreciate that. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, I think the other I answered earlier about the timing of the rate change, so I think I'm out of questions so far to respond to.
Very good. Anything else, Mr. Orton?
Yeah, Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll just throw in a couple of other answers. As far as the fee resolution, we've received comments from our airport commission, and we appreciate those comments, and we're always appreciative of feedback. So if Greg knows of some better way to describe that, we'd be happy to entertain his ideas for how we might do a better job with describing landside. That was my language. I would to become a pilot someday. I'm not one, so maybe I've misused the term. And then and I have offered, I've had a few people take me up on meeting to go over the budget in specific. We're not absent a knowledge of what those numbers are, and they're presented here. And we haven't been absent of a knowledge of those. There's just been a lot of opinions and people who've done their own homework and come up with numbers that were different than ours and from sources that were more removed. And so I'm still happy to meet with anybody and go over the airport budget in detail. It is, admittedly, there's a lot of numbers and a lot of calculations, and it was a really good thing to have. The commission did a great job helping us refine this down to a handout that was simple. I mean, I admit that one's not that simple, but just to boil it down to a usable document instead of one that had so much that it was bewildering. So I do need to mention, because I promised Chairman Khan, the chairman of the Airport Commission, that I would mention, Stan provided his analysis. He did a lot of work, and he did check with me quite a bit to validate numbers when he was working on his project to share with the council on property tax revenue generated at the airport. In fact, it helped us, what the county provided him and he shared helped us have some data that's allowed us to have some improvement in our analysis. I will say Chairman Khan did some work trying to understand what kind of sales tax the airport generates. I did promise him I would make mention of that to the city council. He's on the Bogus Basin Board of Directors, and he has a board meeting there tonight and was struggling with which meeting he should attend. And I think he's provided that to us. His point, I believe, is that just wanting to reinforce that that the airport makes contributions to the city in other ways. Now, of course, sales tax we pay, that goes to the state of Idaho, and then the state of Idaho attributes some of that back to municipalities, and that is discretionary to the city council, and that's why you instructed us to do as the commission has done in this funding plan. But you wanted to make note of that's happening, and there's contributions to the community that arise from people paying personal property tax and sales tax. Then as far as the 42 cents goes, again, just to be clear, I think Rob covered that well, but this arose from a discussion in the Airport Commission funding workshop about business hangars, right? Now, we can't just say, well, business hangars, but in the eyes of the FAA, we can say hangars that have access both from the street side and from the air side, they have better access in the eyes of the FAA and can be charged at a different rate. So that's where the Airport Commission's idea about business hangars was able to kind of find a seat that we know is appropriate in the eyes of the FAA, and those are business hangars. And there was numbers thrown out as high as 75 cents, and it was like, well, hey, we've talked to people who have made proposals for the north side. We told them that 42 cents was being proposed as the lease rate in general, and that was what kind of guided the commission on, let's go no higher than 42 cents for that, because we know that our proposers, they're not going to feel baited and switched, because if they talk to when they talked to us about, hey, I want to make a proposal, we told them, hey, this is what we're proposing to the city council. And that was before the resolution came forward at all. It was because that was what was contemplated when the budget presentations were organized in summer. So, so just to tease you a little, Randy was handling an important matter at the time, but that's where that came from. And the commission did review that at the workshop. I think, we just, again, appreciate the airport community providing us input and, the airport commission's work. Chairman Khan has put in a lot of hours to try to help make this better and help to refine our format. And so with that, I just want to close and express appreciation for everyone who's worked hard to help make this better. Thank you.
Again, thank you so much, Mr. Orton. Any questions from council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Register.
I have a question for Mr. Orton. When taking the first presentation that you gave us, however many months ago, to this one, what kind of, I don't know if concessions is the right word, but what kind of, what did we change exactly from the first time when there was obviously a lot of people upset to now? Like, where did we compromise?
Good question. So in fact, in substance, the resolution that's before you incorporated a change that you adopted at the last month to increase the tie-down fees to $75. That was originally proposed at $45, and we got some feedback from the airport community, and clearly there's a diversity of opinions amongst our pilots and our community to raise that to $75, that it should be higher than that. And we did so. The council adopted that, and Jeff mentioned that, hey man, that's way more than, and it's having a direct impact on Mr. Schultz, for instance, because he's got an aircraft on the tie downs. So that's a change that was made. We proposed a 42-cent across the board for council rate leases, and so that's been back down to, I mean, at first the council adopted, of course, nothing for an increase. It stayed at 22.7 cents. And now what we're proposing to you is to take it up to 32.5 cents, which is the same rate that Nampa has recently adopted. And that was an idea that the commission had, and let's just match them, align with them, and then do something with these business hangars at a different rate. To Mr. Oates' point, someone in Dr. Collins' shoes, as an example, if they have a legacy lease, then it is going, that 42 cents is going to come into play for them at the time that their lease expires and they enter into the new lease template. Then they would be paying that 42 cents or whatever it's been graduated to by the city council between now and that time. If someone is one of those 10 that is already on the council rate lease that has street side access, then they're gonna experience that rate change now. So those are the changes. And the funding plan incorporates the new growth that's happening based on proposals, incorporates, you know, it incorporates a lot of exploration of the facets and factors that are going to contribute. One of which, based on testimony that's been provided, Linden Road has been closed for about 2 years now because of the ITD project. And you'll see on the bottom of that a statement about development that could happen, and this is just area estimations based on the master plan, and a request for proposals could be issued there and give developers an opportunity to build out more space there, which would generate more revenue. The hard thing about that is it would require closing Linden Road between Smead and Aviation. Maybe this isn't the time for that because Ustick Road is also closed. We did ask ITD to please not ever close those both at the same time, and that didn't make it to the end of the row. They did close both of them at the same time. So maybe that's something that the council has interest in considering, and we would, you know, provide a recommendation from the airport commission if there's an appetite at the time that Ustick is open again. Or we wait until there are 500 movements of a Category C, which is just larger aircraft in a given year, at which time the FAA will insist that it be closed. Or when a Category C aircraft bases at Caldwell, then they would also insist that it be closed, and then start working with us on grant funding for a, extension of the runway. So, one other thing I'll mention is you'll see on the funding plan, a tower study. And one of the questions that came up is, hey, how do we know what the tower study is? The master plan contemplates that a tower would come along in about 5 years. If that's going to come to fruition, we have to start working on it now. It's actually fortunate timing. We expect to enter into the contract tower program. This is the program where the FAA supplies and pays for the air traffic controllers who operate that tower. In exchange for that program being available, usually the airport has to fund the construction of the tower themselves, which is probably on the best shoestring budget, no less than $5 million. Right now, though, there is BIL funding that the federal government has issued, and it may be possible to get BIL funding to help build the tower. And so it's an important time for us to keep our studies moving and things, because if we could get access to that, that could save the airport a significant amount of money by getting grant funding to help build it and still being able to benefit from the tower, the contract tower program. So that's why you see that on the funding plan. And there are mixed reviews amongst the airport community about, do we want the tower now? Do we want it later? It's going to take years to get a tower, no matter how fast we're able to go on studies and things, but you'll see that there. It also, having a tower eliminates all the technology needs associated with trying to do landing fees. If we wanted to do landing fees for heavy 8,000 pound plus transient aircraft, and once there's a tower, the tower they obtain that data, and we don't have to have special technology to try to capture tail numbers and things on landing aircraft. So that's more than your question was. I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
could have said more of that.
so back to the
I hope I
question real
answered your
quick.
question.
The original, proposal for the lease rate increase was to 42 cents, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and what is it now?
Correct. 32.5 for
Oh.
most of the hangars.
Okay, so 42 cents and then 32.5, with the businesses increasing to 42 cents, or the
42
outside,
even.
the outlaying ones with
The ones that
street.
have access to the street.
And
Yes.
then when was that decided?
Say that again.
When was that decided?
There was an airport commission workshop after your last council consideration of this resolution, so it was, toward the end of November.
Okay, I just wanted, I'm just concerned about some of the comments about not knowing about it until today or recently. Was there some
It was
kind-
publicized around the airport, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
all right. And then I have a councilman, or question for Councilor Static. Was it 32 cents or 42 cents at the meeting?
42.
42, okay. Those are my questions.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, another way to answer your question that
Mhm.
will be much briefer than Brent's effort was the effect of changing from the blanket 42 to the 32.5 for most of the affected hangars will be that we will still be moving our airport toward that self-sufficiency, but it moves us at a slower pace
Well, that was
to
gonna
that
kind of
direction.
sort of be my other question, but then I was
Right.
reading
So
the chart that we're not,
we'll be back to speak to you next year about, how did it go? And then what are our appropriate next steps?
but we are working on clarifying all of the leases and all the differences
Oh, yes.
and all that
Mhm.
kind of stuff, and getting people back their refunds who are owed that, and all of those things, so that we're all kind of starting from the same page, right? I think, because like, I feel like when this started, everybody was, I mean, it was all over the place. And what I'd like to see is everybody working together, like it sounds like they have been recently. Everybody, from management to the airport commission to the pilots, everybody, so that we're not doing this every year. And everybody's getting what they need.
I agree. And Mayor and Councilman, Councilor, excuse me. We have not begun issuing any refunds. And in the same vein, we haven't started charging anybody for undercharging them either. So we're working through our entire portfolio of leases.
Right.
And working with our finance team to get a accurate picture of where we stand.
Right, and I would
So,
just
so
ask-
yeah, we're working on that, definitely.
And I would just ask you to continue to involve the pilot community and listen to them, and their concerns as well, and being transparent and having that communication and all that, so that these things don't happen. Because I don't think that, from the way I understand it, it doesn't sound like the rate increase, at least for, Dr.
Collins.
Collins, sorry, is the problem. It's the communication and then the transparency with it. And I think when this, like I said, when this all started, it felt like there was so much, just tension and adversity. And the more everybody works together, I think that kind of starts to go away. And then those conversations about lease increases become an easier conversation. They're very difficult when everybody's fighting. And then as it goes on, it seems to, I think, kind of get better. So I think that's a very important tool.
Yeah, thanks so much. Other questions, council members? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Don't go too far, because even when we close public testimony, you and Brent are still, well, we'll probably go to you after Brent's last answer, so, or limit him to 5 minutes per
Okay.
response. Do we have a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing?
So moved.
In a second? So a motion from Counselor Stodic and a second from Counselor Doty to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Very good. So as mentioned, staff is still available, so if you do have additional questions, for Mr. Oates or Mr. Orton, they are available, or for our city attorney, on that. And then, other than that, it's open for discussion amongst the council.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Counselor Williams.
First of all, I'd like to thank Councilman Doty. Thank you. You're welcome. The discussion is overdue and necessary, but what I've learned is there are a lot of issues that need to be addressed and are being addressed and can be addressed that are gonna help solve this problem. One of the things that I think is important for us to highlight here, and it's noted in Brent's spreadsheet, is the sale of 5001 Aviation. And my hope is that those monies would stay in the airport fund balance to help offset some of these expenses over time. Then it's our responsibility to get the most we can out of the sale of that hangar. And I know Mr. Pipkin is here again tonight and has offered his company's services. They're professionals, they do this all the time. They certainly are gonna get more for us than if I try to sell it at a garage sale at my house. And so I think we need to take the sale of that property as seriously as possible, the most we can, to put in there. I'm concerned about hearing about proposals from developers to build out the airport for the first time over the last few weeks. And I wonder if it wouldn't be wise for us to consider RFPs for development at the airport. This is one of the most significant assets the city owns. And how we move ahead with the development of this airport, I think, is critical to our understanding so that we don't get blindsided. If we have developers willing to bring in hundreds of millions of dollars to build out the entire airport, and I'm just now hearing about it, I'm surprised. I think that would have been a good thing for me to know about sooner than now. I think that, I think we need to move ahead as quickly as we can, Brent, with that tower development, because we're dreaming about a bigger airport, and until we pull certain triggers, we're not gonna get the revenues that we're dreaming about, and we can talk about it all we want, but until these airplanes are landing, we're not gonna build it out. And some of these jets, they're never gonna land without a tower because of the school, because of the helicopters, because of the issue with the taxiways and the runways. They're not gonna wanna bring their corporate jets in here because they don't believe it's safe enough. I think we need to move ahead as expeditiously and quickly as possible as we can with the tower, because building that airport out is going to generate revenue. And that's what we're talking about here. I definitely think that fuel flowage needs to come up. I know Nampa charges 9 cents or 10 cents. I know I've talked to people at the airport that have said they're not against it. I know that people that are selling the fuel have said they're not against it. I can't wait to hear that, because we need to include that in our discussion as well. And then finally, well, let me just say that I think it is important that as we address these issues, if we're addressing all of them, we're gonna see the revenues coming in that are going to offset some of this deficit. And thankfully, this year, it's not as large as we were told in the beginning. Or maybe I should correct myself. It's not as large as I had understood for this year in the beginning, and so we're not fighting the battle as much as we might have. but, I appreciate all the effort that's gone into this. We need clear leadership in moving ahead so that there isn't confusion, so that there isn't doubt, so that there isn't, distrust and concerns. And, you know, it's interesting to see how many hours have been put in by a lot of people, to try and get this far. And so, thank you again, Mr. Doty.
Thank you. I don't know, I was gonna say, was he thanking you first, but I think we got it by the end, so, yeah, that's right. Any other comments or discussion amongst council or any motions? Yeah,
Yeah, just one.
Counselor Ogden.
So on the legacy leases, have the CPI increase taken place? Have we done that portion of it for this year?
Mr. Oates or Mr. Orton?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Allgood, the CPI adjustments occur, once a year as that lease is billed. So if it's a December lease, for example, we usually have available the CPI numbers published, as of October.
So that's nothing the council needs to do, we're good.
No, the CPI leases, the fact that we adjust using the CPI is built right into the lease document. So that occurs, has been occurring year after year.
Okay, thank you. Excellent. And then, just a couple more things real quick. I really, really appreciate Mr. Oates and the Airport Commission working on this. I know I know we had a lot of discussion and a lot of frustration for a long time, and the fact that everybody worked on this and put so many hours in, I sincerely appreciate. And I would second, Counselor Williams', opinion that this airport is like one of the biggest assets in Caldwell. And as we develop, I would like to see the council have some knowledge input into how that's developing. Anyway, that's it.
Very good. Other comments, discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll just make one
Yes.
real quick.
Do you mind pulling that down so people at home can hear you? Thank you.
I've talked for a while. So, I just want to or explain my point as well, that because the airport commission did come together with the airport manager and our city staff and came up with this proposal, sounds like all but one, sorry, Randy, agree with this. However, that doesn't mean that if something comes along in the future, such as a fuel flowage fee, if that can offset some of that, I think sometimes we make a plan and say it's this way forever and nobody's changing it. So if this does pass, just know that if other fees offset some of those, not just your comments, but other comments about how high the fees are in certain areas, if those certainly can be offset by other fees that are shared amongst folks, I'd welcome that as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Doty. Other discussion, comments? And any motions as well. If anybody cares to make a motion or anything of that nature, you're more than welcome to do so.
Go ahead.
Well, I just want to make sure I'm making a motion on the correct thing. I would make a motion to approve the resolution as written. Let's see. I'm not seeing a resolution number or anything here. Am I looking at the wrong spot? Okay. Okay, all right. Mr. Mayor, I would make approval that we would, pass this resolution as presented.
Very good. So do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Counselor Allgood and a second from Counselor Stoddard. And this is for approval of the resolution as presented, by Mr. Oates and Mr. Orton this evening. And this isn't everything, but some of the things that were touched on tonight was the lease land rate increasing to 32.5 cents per square foot. Lease land rate with land side access increasing to 42 cents per square foot. And then also the increase in the tie downs was discussed. There are other items in there as well. I just want to note that, but no, those are some of the main ones that were discussed. So that is, the resolution, again, as presented, to council. So that is the motion on that. Discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, the voting is open. And the voting is closed, and that does pass unanimously. So all city council members did vote in favor of that resolution. Do we need a vote to close that since it's legislative, or is that just automatic, Mr. Waterman?
Mayor, my understanding was that you had already closed the public hearing. I think you had a first and second and a voice vote on that.
Okay.
And then
So we don't need to close the item like we do on the quasi judicial, okay. Very good, and that moves us into, new business, action item number 2, consider, so this is, actually, that's what we just did, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I was confused.
Okay.
I was looking at both and.
Yeah, so 2 and 1, good job, so. Yes, so let's go ahead and we're gonna take a 5-minute break at this time, 5-minute-ish break at this time, and we'll be back, so, okay. Approved resolution accepting the scope of work and funding for the Lake Lowell Corridor Pathway Extension Project, and approve the funding up to $2.5 million for right-of-way acquisition, design, and construction in partnership with ITD. Mr. Orton, or not, Mr. MacDonald, are you presenting on this, or is Julie, or combination of the two?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. This is basically the action item that corresponds to the workshop that we had 2 weeks ago regarding the Lake Lowell Pathway. This is the section of pathway that we were proposing to construct down near Karcher between 10th Avenue and Montana. The purpose of this project was to construct the north and the south sides of the pathway adjacent to Karcher Highway. Thus partnering with ITD to be able to get a tunnel constructed underneath the highway. Since the workshop, I have recommunicated with Caleb Lakey, the district engineer for ITD, and he has reaffirmed that they are very much on board to work toward acquiring funding for a tunnel either before the highway project starts, which would be separate. As you recall, the main issue with the highway project is that the NEPA study, all the environmental has already been complete, and so it makes it more difficult to add the project in. And so their commitment would be to try to secure funding before that and have something constructed in 2023. If that does not work, then once the project initiates, if our city pathways are constructed, then it's much easier to put that into the federal project and do an amendment to the project. And so we have those two options that we would pursue, and we would pursue both of those in the order explained, with the intent of getting a pathway connected basically, ultimately from downtown Caldwell all the way down to Lake Lowell and Mallard Park is what we're striving for. Some of those sections, if you would recall in my presentation, some of those sections will be completed by development as part of their development agreements, and some have already been agreed to by development. And so we're talking about a section that's about just over probably 1.5 miles. That would be city responsibility in conjunction with this. The city request is $2.5 million to construct the pathway. And this, has been inflated a little bit to include right-of-way acquisition, and assuming that we were gonna contract this entire project out. It's definitely within the realm of possibility that we could come in underneath this, budget, some amount if we do some of the work, with city forces and we plan it out strategically so that we're not, contracting everything out. A lot of the expense goes to retaining walls and things that are associated with the pathway right up adjacent to the highway. And then the estimate for the tunnel, which would be, either ITD funded or federally funded through the ITD, highway project, is estimated to be somewhere in the ballpark of $2 to $2.5 million as well. So the request is, to approve the funding of $2.5 million, so that we can pursue design and getting this, design completed. And then after the design's completed, we would go in 2023 to construction sometime this summer to get the pathway built. As the project goes, we will be working closely with ITD to make sure that we're not jumping way out ahead if it's clear that ITD is not gonna be able to live up to the obligation, or the commitments, the verbal commitments that they have given us. And so we would be monitoring that as we go, and if there was any point where we felt like ITD was not going to succeed or pull through, then we would not go to construction, for example, or we would, I guess it would be the council's choice, but we could abandon the project if we felt like that was necessary. The level of confidence from Caleb Lakey is a very high level of confidence that they would be able to get a tunnel funded to complete the project, either in 2023 or 2024.
Excellent.
And with that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Stoddard.
Two things. First of all, based on the experiences I've had as city council person in the past and not so much now in the future, but I don't trust ITD as far as I could throw them. I mean, they backed out of some other issues that we felt were very important, i.e. Eustic and Linden Streets, for instance, off-ramps or on-ramps. And yeah, they could get it done, then they couldn't get it done, and finally they backed out of it. So I don't trust them. And the other issue is, you know, we talked about safety last time, and my complaint was we have all these streets that don't have sidewalks on where our children and young adults travel on, and we don't do anything about that, but yet we can spend $5 million on a tunnel going under Karcher Road. So those were the two complaints I had, so I still do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. Just to address your concerns, specifically with safety, I agree with you 100%. We have a lot of areas in Caldwell that are not safe, from a pedestrian standpoint. The struggle that we run into a little bit on sidewalk projects is, sidewalk projects require a lot of right-of-way purchasing and negotiation with property owners. In addition to that, you're disrupting a lot of front yards, and so those projects end up being very expensive if the property owners are not in favor. And so those are some of the things that have impeded some projects that we would have liked to have done. But I don't disagree with you for a minute that we definitely need better public pedestrian transportation throughout the city.
Other councilor questions, or Councilor McGee?
Mr. Mayor and Rob, to Councilman Stoddick's point, it's interesting to me about the sidewalk issue, because I would not have thought of it that way, that a lot of it has to do with right-of-way purchase, right? And that's gonna be considerable amount. Are there, if we were to present a motion or add, I'll just throw a number out there just for discussion's sake, but if we were to approve $3 million in this package and $500,000 or what's remaining, if that tunnel project is under $2.5 million, any remainder of that could be used for sidewalk projects in the city of Caldwell. For example, I would even put a stipulation in. When I was on the Senate Transportation Committee, we would call them shovel-ready projects. Those who have projects that are ready to go that don't require right-of-way purchase, right? And so maybe the street department could identify shovel-ready sidewalk projects to Councilman Stoddick's point, that we could fund some of those with some of that reserve funding that we believe to be there. Rob, I believe that you stated the number at the last meeting was around $10 million in the street department. Well, we certainly have that, and I would not be opposed to adding an amount for sidewalk projects that were ready to go and ready to be funded. So, and I would be prepared to make a motion to do so.
Very good. Any other questions or for staff? Okay. Yeah. Mhm.
So the money spent on this walkway under Highway 55, does that take money away from downtown projects, sidewalks, as Counselor Stoddick is talking about? Does that change our plans for developing sidewalks? Are they in conflict, I guess?
Good question, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Allgood. We currently do not have, the money that we would be using for this pathway project is in the street department fund balance. And so it's currently not earmarked to do any sidewalk projects. It's in the fund balance simply. And so even if this project was denied, we could still allocate some of that funding to go do some sidewalk projects, and and that wouldn't be a bad idea. As Councilman McGee mentions, having shovel-ready projects on sidewalks to be able to go out and build would be nice. But typically sidewalk projects take a tremendous amount of time because there's a lot of negotiation and back and forth with property owners. And so currently we don't really have anything shovel-ready sitting on our shelf, ready to build. And so a relatively large sidewalk project would take quite some time to acquire right-of-way and negotiate with all the property owners. And so even if we started that now, it may not be till next year before we would actually be constructing sidewalk.
That's only a week and a half away. That sounds pretty quick to me.
Maybe the following year.
Very good. Other questions? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it, Mr. McDonald. Discussion, questions from council for any other staff members or even any motions, any discussion, anything like that?
I'll probably get hate mail over this, but I realize that this project is a now or never because Highway 55 is being developed now. We can't say we put it off for a year, but I'm just trying to think in my head how many people will use this tunnel, and is it worth this many millions of dollars for people to go under Highway 55? And I mean, are we thinking, you know what I'm saying? How much use will this get at the end of the day for the amount of dollars we're considering? And I realize this is a now or never, again, like I said, because Highway 55 is being built, and so this decision is final whenever we make it. But I'm struggling with that dollar amount for a tunnel under the highway. I really am. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, no, appreciate that very much. Other comments, other discussion? Councilor McGee?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I don't know what the usage is on the Cougar pathway or the Falcon pathway, as I like to refer to it, Mr. Mayor, but here's what I do know is the last document that we had, I think it was at the last meeting, it was kind of the master plan, I think, for the trail program, and it was an older document, Mayor. I think you were listed as a staff member, and
Probably
some of the
was.
people were, had come and gone already, but it was a document that was produced, I don't know, 15 or 20 years ago. Mayor, you probably know better than I would how long ago it was, or Rob, but as a community, we've made it a priority to build this sidewalk, right? We've seen, there's not a lot of great things happening in Boise, but one of the great things they do have is this system of sidewalks that people can get around on. They do it in Meridian as well, and we've done, I think, a tremendous job of connecting our community, making these schools, even in some of the projects that we have approved, we've asked them, how are you going to connect the pathway? How are you going to fund the pathway? Do you have money earmarked for the pathway? Can you go through your development? So we spend all of this time talking about this pathway, which I think is a great asset to the community. We now have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as Councilman Allgood said, to build this even further out, to go all the way to Lake Lowell, which, I don't know, it's a section, probably half mile, an additional half mile, beyond Highway 55, maybe more. And if we do it again, if we don't do it now, and the community decides to do it in 10 years, I can't imagine the cost would be millions and millions and millions of dollars. And I understand the, not wanting to spend this money, and it's a tough go and it's a tough ask, but we won't have this opportunity again. To me, I've had a different relationship with ITD. The projects that I've worked with them on, they have been straightforward. The one I pointed out at the last meeting with the Ustick overpass, I think it was a tremendous relationship that allowed us to leverage that from 2 to 5 lanes. And so I am in favor of this. I think this is the right time to do it. I think if we don't do this now, that we're going to regret it. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd make a motion, see if I get a second. We can obviously have further discussion about it. So I'll try this motion. Mayor, I move that we approve the resolution, but I would change the number to $3 million for right-of-way acquisition, design and construction in partnership with ITD and this will need to be captured, obviously, or perhaps redirected, but with any funds not used out of that $3 million would go back into sidewalk construction and identification in the city of Caldwell. So that's my motion.
Very good. So we have a motion for approval of the resolution, and again, that would be with the increase to the 3 million, with the caveat that any above and beyond would go to construction projects for sidewalk connections within the city of Caldwell limits. We have a second for that motion.
Second.
So the motion from Councilor McGee and a second from Councilor Williams for approval of the resolution as stated. And we're gonna open that up right now. Oh, sorry, while she's opening that, before it goes to voting, discussion on that motion.
I would just add that as a community that's promoting biking and walking and jogging, I think the greenbelt idea, you call them sidewalks, and I think typically they're referred to as those greenbelts. I think it's a phenomenal concept to think that we would have from one end of our city to another a completed greenbelt. And to kind of miss this window, I would hate for those that come behind us to say they wished we would have had more foresight by way of developing this greenbelt, this pathway. So that's why I seconded it, to get it on the table and have further discussion about it.
Very good. Any other
Mayor?
discussion? Yes.
I agree. I think it's a lot of money, but, as Rob had said, they don't have it earmarked for anything else right now, the money, right? It's not taking away from anything.
Mayor, Councilperson, Register. That is correct. Right now, it's in fund balance, and so council could choose to use it on any number of transportation projects, and so it's not currently earmarked for any specific project.
Yeah, and I think both, with Councilman McGee and Williams about the timing, like I think it's now or never. And this is probably gonna be a stupid question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Where does the money for the pool come from?
No, that's a great question. So the pool, some different areas, depending on what you're looking at, there are park impact fees. However, park impact fees have to be for like new construction, so it can't be for like a remodel. So like the pool, the existing pool that we're looking at, that remodel, could not use park impact fees on that. You could use fund balance for that. Now, you couldn't use street, and correct me if I'm wrong, this, like street fund balance is for street projects, improvements there, so you couldn't use that for the pool, but
So we're not
general
taking
fund
away
balance.
from this pool project
No.
by taking money, okay, that's all I needed to know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Any other, I hate to, I almost to say there are no stupid questions, but I've learned there are a few out there, so, but that was not one of them, so that was a great question, so, yes. I do hear them occasionally.
Well, I guess part of the reason why I asked that is because I know the public has
Yeah.
been asking about the
Mhm.
pool, and if they're like, well, you guys have $3 million to throw at a underpass, why don't you have $3 million to throw at a pool? So I just wanted to be clear that that money that we're talking about right now cannot be used for the pool.
Yeah, no, that was a great question, because I hadn't thought about that, but that's very good, and yeah, very clear that, no, street or fund balance has to be used for some type of a transportation improvement project, so.
Thank you.
Other discussion or any questions? Okay, so we do have a motion. Again, this is for approval. As was stated earlier, the voting is open, so you want to cast your vote. And all votes are cast, so it is closed. And so the motion does pass, 5 in favor and 1 against. Counselor Stodic did vote against the project. So those that just want to get that on the record for those that are watching or listening at home that can't see the screen, so.
Doesn't get to use it. Right.
So,
Can't take your bike in there, Chuck.
maybe you put a toll up and he can get through the toll. So, thank you so much. So that does pass 5-1. So that moves us on to 3B. This is again removed from, or this was added, late. Consider bill number 89, ordinance 3483 for termination of the Caldwell East.
Goodbye.
Yes, we are saying goodbye to the Caldwell East Urban Renewal Area. We hope with a unanimous vote on this. But no, Mr. Waterman, you're welcome to come forward and just take a quick minute. Again, this is for the termination of the East Urban Renewal Project, ending that. We know that it's come to a close, and so with that, Mr. Waterman, the time is yours.
Council, I'll keep it very brief. The plan has a natural termination date of the 21st, or tomorrow. The agency has made a final budget, essentially determination in terms of the remaining funds, and earmarked all of those, and they've been designated in terms of where they're going, and has provided you with a resolution finding that the agency has sufficient revenue to cover all of its outstanding project costs, which is more than anything a feature of protecting against having bonds go unpaid. It's less significant here. There's not going to be any unpaid bond debt, and so we're just looking for your adoption of an ordinance that can be transmitted to the various districts that are required in the code, essentially confirming that which will already occur tomorrow, which is that the plan will terminate.
Very good. Any questions from council for Mr. Waterman?
Mr. Mayor, just a comment. I know that if everybody remembers, before the end of the year, one of the commissioners told us we'd get $10 million back from that, and that was not true. And when I attended the meeting the other night, other afternoon, it was $2.5 million. And now tonight I heard it was $3.5 million. So I just commented, I don't want everybody to get their hopes up. It's gonna be one set figure. I'm a little leery about that. So anyway, I'm just wanted to make that comment.
Very good. I sent myself an email to remind me to talk to Rochelle tomorrow to try to figure out hopefully a closer number on that, so.
And council, the only comment I'd make in addition to that is one factor that I know has changed. Well, in general, the thing that changes, that feeds that number is, of course, what new construction actually will be. And then another thing that's changed that number is when 389 came through, it well, as modified now, it caps new construction, I believe, at 80%. And so that number in terms of new revenue generated for the city without changing the levy rate has gone down. But anyway, that may be contributing in part to the number changing, but that shouldn't contribute to a 10 to 3.5. That's too big a leap to be explained by that, so.
Okay, very good. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Waterman. So I'm gonna read this ordinance by title only. So this is ordinance number 3483, bill number 89, an ordinance enacted by the Caldwell City Council terminating the revenue allocation area of the Caldwell East Urban Renewal Project and providing for the winding up of the Caldwell East Urban Renewal Plan, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith. Do we have a sponsor of this ordinance and bill?
Sure. Mayor.
Yeah. Counselor Allgood.
I believe we've already dispensed with the 3 reading rule, correct?
That's correct, yep.
So, yeah, I would sponsor the bill and move for its passage and approve the summary for publication.
Very good. Do we have a second? So we have a motion for sponsorship of ordinance number 3483, bill number 89, and move for its passage by title only. Is there a discussion on that motion? Okay, very good. So we will open the vote. So you're welcome to cast your vote this time. And voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. So that terminates that, and that, I think that's an exciting time. So we've seen, I know there's different opinions on urban renewal areas. I think it's been great for the city, but I'm very excited to see it go and to get that money coming back. I think it served its purpose, and excited to see that come back onto the rolls. So, okay, that moves us on to action item number 3. This is case number ANN 22-20, CPM 22-8, and Zone 22-10, and a request by Nicolette Womack, Kimley Horn, for, summarize this a little bit, annexation of approximately 7.8 acres with an R1 low-density residential to R3 high-density residential zoning designations, where the comp plan land use designation is low-density residential, including a development agreement on this parcel. So for Canyon Village Lots. With that, we'll turn it over to staff for your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Katie Wright, Associate Planner, 621.
Oh, make sure to please speak in your mic very well so they can hear it home and Debbie can get it on the recording. That one's kind of tough. That's a touchy mic.
There we go. Katie Wright, Associate Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. Before you is application for Canyon Village Lots. The applicant is requesting the annexation of the 7.8 acre parcel with the proposed zone of R3. The rezone from R1 to R3 of the 1.07 parcel to the northwest. A comprehensive plan, future land use map amendment to make the area high density residential, and a special use permit to allow for the use of multifamily. The bill and ordinance that's associated with this will be come back for approval at a later date. The project is 8.87 acres total, located north of Helmdale Road and east of Midway Road along the Moses Drain. And this is the proposed preliminary plat, 95 unit townhome style multifamily development consisting of 2 and 3 bedroom units. They're proposing to provide kids park, a dog park, and a clubhouse that includes a pool, game room, barbecue area, community room, and a working space. There's ingress and egress on Homedale Road on the southeast corner of the development and on Midway Road to the northwest corner of the development. There's also emergency access down there to the southwest corner on Homedale Road. The proposed setbacks and landscaping, drain easements, and parking are in compliance with the city zoning ordinances for the land use type within the R3 zone. The applicant is proposing a height of 35 feet, but the buildings against the single-family home down to the south is at 25 feet, comparable to the average 2-story home of 20 to 35 feet high. That's the proposed landscape plan that is also in compliance with the city code. Here's some renderings that were provided of the development. The applicant will be providing elevations with materials. The existing conditions of the property, it's currently zoned Canyon County Agricultural and it's currently vacant. There are a variety of different zones surrounding this parcel, as you can see. Staff believes that the high-density residential will provide as a transitional zone between single-family residential to the west and the C3 service commercial to the east. On the neighboring C3 parcel, there is an approved apartment complex, and across Cleveland, there's also Faith Landing, another multifamily development. Surrounding land uses, so this is a photo of the site. The green triangle that you can see there, that is the line of sight from where this photo was taken, starting with the view from Homedale Road, looking north at the site. And then this is the view from Midway Road, looking east towards. The photo on the left of the screen is a view of the church just north of the property. The photo in the center is the single-family home, which is on the parcel to the south. And then the photo on the right is a view of the parcel to the south across Homedale Road, which is also approved for subdivision.
I'm sorry, say that again, the train, it's also approved for what?
A subdivision, Wagers Acres subdivision has been approved for that parcel, yeah. And then the photo on the left of the screen is a single-family home that's right just to the west of the north end of the development. The photo in the center is then the single-family home to the west side of the southern end of the development. And then the photo on the right is the view of the parcel to the end east, which is also approved for an apartment complex, Canyon Village Apartment. The comprehensive plan future land use designation for the property is currently low density residential, but with the proposal to amend this to high density residential designation, it will be consistent. Public services are available to this site. There's connection to water and sewer, and pressurized irrigation will be provided to serve the site. Stormwater will be retained on site per city code. Political subdivisions and public agencies providing services were notified of the request and asked to provide comments or concerns. The following agencies submitted comments: Valley View School District, City of Caldwell Engineering Department, Compass, ITD, and Nampa Highway District number 1. The only agency that isn't supportive is Valley View School District, but the applicant may touch on that further during their presentation. Property owners within 300 feet of the boundary of the subject property were notified and asked to provide comment. No written comments have been submitted at this time. And staff finds that this request is consistent with the criteria in the Caldwell City Code and the 2040 Comprehensive Plan. And here's the criteria for the annexation, the comprehensive plan, the rezone, and the special use permit for you to reference if needed. And then staff recommends approval subject to the conditions as specified in section 9 of the staff report. If the council chooses to approve this application, we recommend the motion to include the updated engineering memo dated December 20th, 2022. And here are the conditions for your reference. Questions?
Thank you so much. Any questions from staff? Councilor Williams?
Yeah,
Or
thank
from
you, Mr. Wright. Just
council.
for clarification, in 1.5, could you tell me why the City of Eagle Engineering Department had any comment to make?
I had that same question.
You said no comments were received, well, the document, not you, says no comments were received except for the City of Eagle Engineering Department, and I'm wondering why they had any comment at all.
Where was that?
1.5?
Of the staff report.
That must have been a typo. I apologize, Mayor and Council.
So Katie did used to work for Eagle, so I think she forgot that she's upgraded.
I'm
From
right.
the Caldwell.
Exactly.
Or there's a lack of confidence in the City of Caldwell engineer, one of the
Sorry,
two.
I wasn't trying to put you on the spot, I just thought this is really strange that
Okay.
Eagle would have anything to say about it.
No.
You know, yeah, I'll save my comments.
Okay. Question, any other questions for staff at this time?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Stoddard.
Katie, I was just wondering, did the developer say anything about any participative, items relative to the Valley View School District overcrowding problem?
Mayor and Council, the applicant will address that in their presentation.
Okay.
But I do know that they have had conversation with Valley View School District.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Any other questions for staff? Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So yes, we'll move on to testimony. So the applicant, Elizabeth, I'm gonna allow you allow you to say your last name when you come up, and if you could state your address as well for the record. And then you will have 8 minutes for your presentation. We'll time you up on that.
Elizabeth Kekaritz. I'm with Givens Pursley Law Firm, 601 Bannock. First, I'd like to say thank you to Katie and the rest of the Caldwell planning staff for all of their help and assistance with this. This is sort of part 2 of the Canyon Village apartments that are being developed directly to the east, but this is sort of a stepped up, a more grown-up version, if you will, of the same sort of more high-end multifamily residences that this the DeBartolo, I keep saying it wrong, development team would like to bring to Caldwell. Do I have a clicker? Oh. Okay. With me today, quickly, myself, we also have Steve Shaw, who is one of the senior vice presidents of DeBartolo, Emily Franklin, one of the development managers, Nicolette Womack, a land use planner. We have Abby Hahn, our engineer, is also on the, is watching via Zoom tonight, so she'll be able to answer any technical questions that we're not able to. Oh. She's on YouTube, whatever she's supposed to be on. She's here somehow. DeBartolo has been in the real estate industry since 1944. They've developed over 40,000 multifamily units based out of Florida, but we've worked with them now all over the country. As I was talking to them, they've done some really cool developments, focusing on commercial, hotel, industrial, and multifamily developments. In addition to numerous high-end communities throughout the United States, they're also developing the neighboring parcel, Canyon Village Apartments, which is a 305-unit luxury apartment complex that's going to, they're putting about $41 million of value into that. It's currently under construction. They're starting to pull plumbing permits, I believe, and that's slated to open in early 2024, in about 14 months from now. Before you tonight, Katie just went over these applications that we're requesting. Looking at the vicinity map, there is commercial on that, on the hard corner with Cleveland and Homedale, that's still being actively marketed. Next to that is the Canyon Village Apartments. Then what we're here for today is this townhome style community. The future land use map, you can see, as it was pointed out, that we're looking to move from low density to high density, which really does fit in nicely with the commercial and the medium density to the south. The zoning map. The Canyon Village Lofts, it's a really unique product mix, especially for Caldwell. It's a mix of 1, 2, and 3-story buildings with 2 and 3 bedrooms each that are townhome rental units with really high-end amenities. I don't really think there's anything like this going in Caldwell right now. It's just something that's not available yet. And the amenities include a really nice, you can see a picture here, a resort-style pool. There's parks, green spaces, a dog park, clubhouse, barbecue area, community room. There's sidewalks throughout. And as I will discuss in a moment, there's ample parking. There are private backyard areas, and there are really nice finishes throughout all of this. You can see on this map here, there's 4 different building types. Building A, the A buildings and the D buildings, which are the ones abutting the residences to the west and the single-family in-holding to the south, are all 2-story units. They specifically have the upstairs are not really it's not the family living space, they're bedrooms, so they're more private. There's not going to be any balconies put on those upstairs units to really try to help this more seamlessly integrate into the neighborhood. The size of these units is a little bit larger than what you're looking at in an apartment. They range from 1,150 feet to 1,800 square feet, with the average of 1,550 square feet. We are on approximately 9.2 acres. Each of these units, being more of a townhome style community, has a private entrance to the outside. They all have areas surrounding them that really feel like their own private space. They have front and back doors. The density comes to 10.32 acres, 10.32 units per acre. This is considered a contemporary style architecture. There's a lot of modulation in these buildings. It's very pedestrian friendly. There's sidewalks. You can see on the picture on the right, there's parking, street parking right there. The materials include these fiber cement panels with stone and wood accents in earth tones. And then these are also built to be very energy efficient, which is what a lot of people are looking at also these days. It's really being marketed to sort of the younger professional, the people who are ready to move out of apartment living but aren't quite ready to move into home ownership or to have their own full house. And then also a lot of the people that the DeBartolo group has discovered are a lot of empty nesters who are looking to downsize, who still want to feel like they're in their own separate freestanding home, but they don't want to be taking care of the yards, they don't want to deal with those maintenance issues. And so those are the people that are really looking to move into this development. One of the things that's cool about this is there's almost a third of the property is green space. You can see the dark green is our qualified open space. There's another 1.35 acres of landscaping. And then also behind, you can see behind the homes on the west and north, that yellow is really private backyard spacing. So those two-story buildings, people will live there. They'll be able to come out, have their own little patio, have a barbecue, sort of have that private, their own space for them. Parking's always an issue in multifamily. The questions always come up. And this one, there is ample parking space. The state, your code only requires 1.5 spaces per unit. This comes to 2.3 per unit. Every single unit has at least one garage space and one driveway space, and many of them have two garages and two driveway spaces. In addition, there's an additional 32 spaces of street parking and parking at the clubhouse. And also, I think it's important to note that they're not going to allow like RVs and trailers and snowmobiles and things like that to be parked outside. So it'll also help keep this cleaner and neater, and people that have those sort of fun toys are going to have to find storage for them. One of the things that I've touched on briefly is just the height of the different units. It's really the taller units. The three-story buildings are closer up to Canyon, the apartment complex, which is 4-story, and then sort of tapering down to the 2-story. In addition, and what I forgot to mention earlier, is there's also 5 adaptable units, and those are units that can be made ADA compliant upon request, and those are all 1-story units, and those are also sort of sprinkled throughout in places, so you really have a wide variety throughout. Amenities include parks and green spaces, a dog park, the clubhouse with this resort-style pool, barbecue areas, community rooms. When you just look at these pictures, these are actual pictures from other developments they've done. These are really nice, high-end. The clubhouse will be approximately 5,000 square feet. It will have barbecue pit, fire space, bicycles, all sorts of fun stuff like that. The amenities are really nice. They're quite honestly, they're much nicer than my house. They're solid surface countertops, stainless steel, wood cabinets, luxury vinyl tile. There's a lot of smart home technology built into these. And so now I'm going to go really fast. Just a lot of really great things that I think really speak to the people who are coming, this younger generation who's just expecting a lot of really cool stuff where they live. We do have all the services available. Touching briefly on schools, this sort of development historically in the development team's experience does not have a huge number of children residing in it. It really is more of the young adult and the empty nester. However, they want to work with the school district. They want to be supportive of the school district. They have agreed to pay $1,000 per door voluntary donation in order to help alleviate the concerns that come with the school overcrowding. I think it's also, Valley View School District is planning on running another bond in May. before this development could even open, there will be many more chances for a bond to pass. But at the same time, experience has just shown this development team that this development style doesn't have quite as many kids as a lot of other development styles. Also, we did do a traffic impact study. It wasn't needed.
So if you could, wrap it up real quick, please.
And the, impacts were deemed not significant, to the surrounding transportation network.
Very good. Thank you so much. I'm sure we'll have some questions, so City Council, questions for the applicant? Yes, Council Register.
I'm sorry, how many doors was it again?
95.
95. Okay. So I have some questions. I find it really difficult when you guys come in and do presentations with a projection of how many kids are gonna be living there. And because it's always, oh, we don't expect that many, but we're putting in 2 to 3 bedrooms, which gives the invitation for families, right? And then we kind of went back and forth between, well, it's gonna be empty nesters or it's gonna be younger people. I don't know. I think it's very, very hard to predict, and I don't think that the bonds have been successful in the schools. So that's one concern. And then I thought that the pictures that you showed of the developments that they have made other places were beautiful, very, very pretty. But the pictures that you're showing that are gonna go here don't look, I mean, it looks a little more plain, and in my opinion, it does. So, I thought she had mentioned that the elevations were coming, the pictures of the elevations were coming, but those are it?
The elevations, upon approval, we could provide more elevations. We also have the ability to, if that becomes something that you really do want to see, we have more similar to what has been presented, but we can certainly get those and come back at the next meeting with additional elevations.
I think we've talked about this before, and Councilor Williams pointed it out once before, that we're with the developments that are coming in, we're trying to elevate. We don't want to just keep throwing stuff up that's not going to be beneficial to the city, especially on one of the big, corridors. We want it to look nice. We don't want it looks, I'll be honest with you, it looks a little prison-like right now. Like, it just looks like these buildings that are kind of in a line. And maybe I'm not looking at the picture correct, and that's the way the modern pictures look. But I'm looking at some of the other pictures from some of the other developments, and those just, to me, look more aesthetically pleasing, especially coming into Caldwell. We've gone over this several times in several meetings, that we're trying to elevate what's being brought here. So that's that. And then my other question, are there elevators in this building?
No, not there are not.
Okay.
There are 3-story where it's one entrance, and then the whole 3 stories is for one unit.
Because you mentioned empty nesters, so if we're talking about older people, then they're gonna be mostly confined to the first floor then, right? So then we're talking the other, I mean, not all of them, but the second and third floors where you're anticipating filling with younger generation people.
Well, it's all of it is just one, it's one unit is 1 and 2, is 2 floors.
Okay.
Or one unit is 3 floors. They're
Okay,
the
gotcha.
tall, thin townhomes
Okay.
that you see. And to that, I don't necessarily see it as like the last step housing, but more of the younger where I would like to be in not that many more years, where I'm still active and doing things but don't want to take care of a house.
Okay.
Where you are still going up and down stairs and not
Right,
worrying
okay,
about
but,
it.
okay, so, and that makes sense now. I see what you're saying now. I just, still with the 3 bedrooms, we're still inviting families, which still concerns me about the schools. And then the other concern I had, any time that, there's a lot of, high density housing or apartments or condominiums, townhomes, whatever it is, if you have 95 doors and you have 3 bedrooms, or let's just say 2, right? So however many people that is, do you ever consult with public safety, like police and fire, about their concerns, about their staffing? I didn't see any kind of letter in here from the police chief or the fire chief saying, we can accommodate this many more people, especially when we have an apartment building going in down the street. We've got a big one going into Indiana and Ustick. We just put one in right down the street from there. We just put in more houses. Does anybody consult with public safety to see if we can keep up with the demand of people that are coming?
So we did have a pre-application meeting, and I know fire was there, and I really believe police was there. And neither of them, actually, fire did express concerns about it, and so things were reoriented in order to meet with what fire was looking for. They did not ever express that they did not feel that they could serve this, or that police did not feel that they could serve this. But I know for a fact fire was there, and I really believe police was there at that pre-app as well. But staff could confirm that.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to hear from the chief, at least on one of these, to see if all of these buildings going in, with these apartments that are going in, if we can accommodate all, if they're worried about staffing.
Yeah, for sure, we can have them. I know it's kind of a two-edged sword. With every one of these, there's gonna be an impact fee paid to police. I think it's around $1,200, well, it went up to what, the $1,400-$1,500. So there is that goes to police to kind of offset that first year, and then obviously the property taxes that would come on it. So there is that, the two-edged sword, because it does provide that, but then obviously you're having to provide more on that. So Chief, do you mind coming forward real quick? Don't go too far, we'll still have some more questions, I'm sure. So just to address that.
And taking into consideration that we're still trying to balance out even the line level officers' pay to where it's normal. So some of those property taxes coming in, is that going to mean that we can hire more officers, or just that we're gonna be able to balance out salaries?
So first and foremost, I don't recall having a meeting with this group, but, that's not to say that we haven't had one. But anytime we have at least 1,000 people, that requires one extra officer. So since I've been here in July, I know we've approved thousands of more homes coming into Caldwell, and we're operating at 2015 levels right now in 2023. So come the next budget cycle, I want to talk about all this stuff, because it seems like a reoccurring theme with we're approving more developments and more annexations in the city, but our staffing is so dismal right now as it is. So I'm not opposed to this specific one because it seems very nice. But I would ask that at least for every 1,000 residents that we have one extra officer.
How many, officers are we down right now?
Well, we're down 9. We have 9 in backgrounds, so we'll be at 78 total. However, if we're talking about just raw data, with all these annexations coming, we need to be at least around 90.
And we're gonna be at 78?
Yes. We
And that
haven't
would
been
be
at
at
78 in the history of Caldwell PD.
Full build out of all these developments, correct?
Where we're at
So-
right now.
Correct. We're behind. I'm not opposed to, obviously, working with all of the people, try to make Caldwell the best city to live, work, and play in, but, you know, it's just a mismanagement for us if we can't give our resources to somewhere, you know, down, let's say, down the boulevard, when we have an active incident over here on the other side of the tracks. It's requiring all the resources here.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Chief. Other questions? Counselor McGee?
Thank you. Elizabeth, talk to me a little bit about the 4th bullet. That's one of our favorite things to talk about. This council has approved many developments in my memory that the Valley View School District agreed to $500 per door. Now, I see that this is a little bit different. In fact, this is double the amount that we've approved in the past. So tell me a little bit about that discussion and that agreement that you came to with the Valley View School District.
Okay, when we first met with the Valley View School District, they originally mentioned $500 per door. However, at that time, because so much was still going on and pending, we did not enter into any sort of agreement with them at that time, which would have been back in May or June. Since then, Valley View School has said that they are raising the rate to $1,000 per door, and they've been, it's my understanding, and we have some people here who could speak more to the actual discussions. I've only heard now third hand, that because of the serious overcrowding issues, because of the feedback they've received from the city council, that they really need to be looking at receiving more money. And so we recognize that we're the first people coming forward with this. I can assure you the development team at first was like, what, 1,000? But it is something that they are willing to do in order to support the schools and keep this moving forward.
Other questions?
Like there'll be
Mr.
more
Mayor.
around.
Counselor Stoddard?
Elizabeth, if the school bond passes, will you still pay the $1,000?
I believe we'll have to. Well, it's going to depend on what our agreement says. We just received the agreement today, and I've not yet had a chance to fully review it. So it would, I mean, historically, these agreements have typically been that you make the payment upon receipt of either a building permit or a certificate of occupancy. And so until we review that, but that's what I would anticipate it being.
Okay, and what kind of price ranges are you looking at as far as the apartments or the townhomes? Have any idea?
The high market end.
High
I
market
don't
end?
know what that is exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Counselor Allgood.
just a design question. All of these units have a garage under them. Is it, like in a two-car garage, is that the first floor? And the next two floors are living space, or how does that look on an interior?
We have a couple. So, yeah, so for a large, so this would be a two-car garage one. So this would be one of the three-story ones. Where on the first floor where you walk in, so the front is really these are the ones that are more alley accessed. So you have your front door with the foyer with one bedroom, then you go upstairs to your main living space, and then on the third floor, you'd have another bedroom and your master. And these are ones that are more of an alley access style, so the cars would come in the back there.
Okay. All right, so there's some living space on all three floors. The garage doesn't take the entire thing.
Not the entire thing, no. And let's see, we probably have, here's one of the one-car, three-story ones, where you walk in and there's one car, a foyer, and more of a den space. Then with your kitchen living on the second floor.
And do you have a two-story one, what that would look like?
I'm sure right? Is that two-story? Yes, there's a two-story one, with the one-car garage, coming in your kitchen living space, and then when you go upstairs, you have, your master. This is the three-bedroom one, right?
It looks like a
two-bedroom.
yeah.
Two-bedroom.
All right, I was just kind of curious how those worked with the cars
Yeah.
underneath.
And there's similar ones, you know, I don't know that there are any similar ones really in Caldwell right now. I've seen similar ones in Boise, in sort of the Harris Ranch area, like taller, thinner ones like this.
My brother-in-law lived in one like this in Phoenix, Arizona, so. Counselor Williams.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be brief, but, I just want to echo what Counselor Register said. You mentioned stone and wood. I didn't see it in the renderings, but we do repeat, this corridor is important to us. I know you don't want balconies on the side where residents are, and I appreciate that consideration, but stuff like wood and stone and balconies completely change the, aspect of this development. I just came back from Bogota, Colombia, and it kind of looks like a development down there where it's just one continuous building. And I see you have some depth there, but I would continue to insist that our corridors be a step. I love the project though. So I'm not complaining, but I'm seconding what Counselor Register already said.
I agree about the balconies. I think, I understand why you're not doing them or why you wouldn't want to do them. But I agree, and I think it makes it more attractive for somebody to want to live in too. They don't feel like it's such a dorm, style, I guess. So I agree with the balconies, and I would like to see a little bit of an upgrade on the, outside.
Any other questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So I know there were three others, Mr. Shaw, Ms. Franklin, and Ms. Womack had written down, but said if needed. So I guess the question is it needed? And that's up to you, so if you want to say anything or not, so. So you just state your name and address.
Good evening, Steve Shaw, 4401 West Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. I'm with Development Company. As it relates to architecture, you know, that's something we can definitely work with staff on. You know, if this presentation was put together without having a final footprint, you know, we try to do the best to mirror and tie into the other community next door, but, adding more fiber cement panels, wood accents, you know, these are done with flat slope roofs. We could do pitched roofs, so that's something we can definitely work with staff through the design process. And I'm here for any questions if you guys.
Very good. Any questions for Mr. Shaw? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Emily or Nicolette, do you want to say anything or? Okay, very good. Okay, so then that is all that signed up in favor. We do have one person signed up in opposition, Ms. McDaniel. So if you please come forward and if you could state your name and address for the record, and then you will have 5 minutes for your testimony.
Yes, my name's Melissa McDaniel. I live at 5505 Midway Road, Caldwell, Idaho. Been there for 53 years, my family and me. And they are going to be building right up against our fence. My understanding when we talked at the library was that they weren't going to have much of a backyard, so they wouldn't be looking kind of, because they said it'd be 2 stories. And with the balcony, I don't want a balcony. I want to be able to go into our backyard and do the same stuff I've done all before and not have people screaming, yelling at me from the balcony. We have been there all that time, and I know that having more people moving in and you guys want to make everything look beautiful. I know all of our farms and everything are going out the door, and these things are what's coming in. But the people that have lived there forever, we have to have some common ground for us too, to sit there and say, okay, you know, I asked them, I said, you know, at least have, you know, we would rather have 1 story against our fence. Then they're not looking into our backyard. Where we are at, I don't know if they've got the little clipper thing, but where we are at, we go a long way against their line. And so we're in, I don't know if you guys have this, but we're number 4 on the map. And so.
Hold on, sorry, can we pull the aerial up, Rob? There we go. So which, yeah, because I think we were all curious, which one? I
Yes,
think
see
you're in
this
Midway.
house with the long driveway that goes all the way to the back?
Right there.
That's us.
Okay.
And we own the pasture all the way down. And so it is going to be where, what my understanding, they said there wasn't going to be much of a backyard, that they weren't going to have that, and that they were going to put a buffer down through with trees and stuff. And I said, oh, I want an 8-foot fence. I don't want, you know, anybody can come over a buffer. I don't care how expensive you're gonna have this. You know, you have 3 bedrooms. 2 families might decide to be able, that they can pay for it and have all their families living there, and there could be all kinds of stuff. I mean, we've had so much stuff, shootings out there, everything. I mean, before all this stuff was coming in, and now we're finding out that across the street there's gonna be another bunch of housing, and that's going to be on the other side of Homedale Road. That one, yeah, right there is gonna be all taken up for housing. And right now, the traffic on our roads there is horrible. You can't even get out of your driveway. You know, yeah, I graduated from Valley View High School. I understand we're kids, you know, have to be able to go to school and everything like that, but this is gonna be outrageous when you start putting that in there on the other side where, Jerome used to have the property. This was Bowyer's. Wagers is across the street. Wagers, they're going to put stuff in there. They're gonna put 4-story apartment buildings in the far end. That's all right for that section. But when you're putting 2 and 3 and 4 in that little section there that's right where our housing is, to me, it's just a little too much. And, they told us that you guys wouldn't approve a fence. But I said, if you guys did approve this, it has to have a fence. Because I am not gonna have people coming over into our property whenever they want to.
Okay, hold on one second, there might be some questions. Any Counselor McGee?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's probably towards, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, when you come up to complete your comments, can you address exactly what it will look like on the other side of, Ms. McDaniel's property? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Okay, thank you so much, appreciate it.
You, hon.
Okay, so yes, we are back to Elizabeth, so if you could please come forward and, for your rebuttal, and, if you want, so you'll have 5 minutes for your rebuttal, so if you wanna save that question from Mr. McGee till after, to not use up your 5 minutes on that, you're more than welcome to do so, so.
Okay. Well, just, excuse me, to start, for the chief, our pre-app, these take forever to get through. Our pre-app was before he was the chief, so it was all the way back in June. However, I still don't know if police was there or not. I do believe they're invited. Staff would have to speak to that more. As to, let's see where we were. Just speaking about the services, that's really what we had really focused on. There are a few things to Mrs. McDaniel's points. First, we had purposely not put balconies on the units simply for the reasons that she was asking. She does not want to have the thought of people looking down into her yard, which is her it's also very much her private space. And so these units all do have, along this western side, we are planning on installing a 6-foot, I believe a white vinyl fencing. So from her side, she would be able to see fencing, some trees, a little bit of the top of the homes like you would in any neighborhood. But these really are limited to 25 feet so that they're not standing up, so they're not super obtrusive. But we do intend to have a fence along the back there. And then there's 20 feet or about 22 feet before you hit the back of the home. And so that area is really that private backyard area. Between her house and the building A there, that's a total of 68 feet. And then closer down, more on the south, that distance is 47 feet, which is the closest that we get to any single-family residential home. However, to your point about balconies, council member, we are certainly willing to work with staff to look at maybe putting them on the 3-story units, on some of the other 2-story units, but we really do think it's very intentional in trying to be a good neighbor and not have them on that backside there. But
I'll
we're
comment on that when you're done.
willing to work with staff on that. Also, as far as the number of people living here, this management company, they take their responsibility very seriously, and they restrict the number of people who can live there, which I'm sure you hear before. But they have really tight qualifications on making sure that there are the right number of people living in units, that there's not like 15 people all coming in and out. They have people who are really paying attention to these things, focusing on these things, and all residents have to qualify to live in this development. We have a fencing, so we don't anticipate this being occupied until spring of summer of 2025. so students wouldn't be going to school from this development, until the fall of 2025. Here was the traffic impact study. All the intersections are operating acceptably. This traffic, this 95 units just doesn't add that much more traffic to the roads, except for the intersection of Midway and Cleveland. And that one, because it can only be a stop sign at that intersection due to the signalization of Laster to the south, it's just going to continue to not operate at a great level now and in the future. However, going out onto Cleveland from Homedale, that operates great as far as for traffic planning purposes go. Here is the landscape plan, just so you can see lots of trees. We're doing all the street improvements that are being requested, the detached sidewalks, the curb gutter sidewalk, everything that is being asked for by engineer. We're in agreement with all of staff's conditions of approval. Here you can see our fencing exhibit. There is going to be, anywhere where we abut a single-family home, there will be vinyl privacy fencing. And then it's unclear. We believe that the requirement is just a 4-foot metal fence along the entire canal, or the drain, the Moses drain, but we'll be working with Pioneer to make sure that we meet with whatever their requirements are, that we do meet with those. And with that, I would stand for any other questions.
Perfect, sounds great. And I believe Counselor Register
Yeah.
had one.
So as far as the balconies were concerned, I do agree that you should probably not have balconies that are facing the residents. I'm curious if you can pull that map back up real quick. What is that property on the south side? Is that another residence?
It is, yes.
And did they have any input?
I don't believe, the development team spoke with them at one point in time, and they looked at purchasing the property, because obviously that makes a better shape, but at the time, the property was not, they were unable to reach an agreement on that.
And then are any of these buildings single-story or no?
There are, scattered throughout, there are some one-story units that'll just be more of a step down off the end colored. The pink ones are one-story units, and those are the 5 adaptable units that can be made. They're not built ADA accessible, but they're easily built to adapt them to be ADA accessible. And those are sort of spread throughout. One of the things with developing this sort of units is that you don't want to cluster them all together, that it's really important that these more accessible units not just be, oh, this is that area, that they be spread throughout to better comply with
I was just gonna say, in
ADA.
the interest of being a good neighbor, there was no way to put those one-story buildings behind that fence line where
I asked the same thing, and then we worked through it, yes. That
Can't do
really, they're very intentionally put where they are, in order to better to comply with it, because you don't want to put just all of, like, you don't want to sort of distinguish one sort of protected class by putting them all in one area together, that it's much better to scatter them throughout for Fair Housing Act and ADA purposes.
Okay, I was just trying to think of other ways
Yeah.
to make it so that the people on that fence line, I can't tell how many houses are affected, but that they have some more privacy.
Yeah, I believe it's 2 or 3 here. There's 2 on the south, there's the Inn Holding, and then there's a couple on the north. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, Counselor McGee, I know so you had that question, I think, at the beginning, so.
Thank you, Mayor. I heard Elizabeth's description. I feel like I kind of understand what that looks like now. Thank you.
Perfect. Other questions? Counselor
Mayor?
McGee, or Counselor Stoddick, excuse me.
Elizabeth, on your presentation, you had that the police were there and approved it. Now, either they were or they weren't, so fire and police approved.
Or I guess maybe I should say more correctly, they certainly didn't object, and I believe everyone is provided these applications. They are provided the application and they did not object to it.
Okay, and then the second question, or just comment I had, there's a development that was just completed on South Florida, just south of Karcher. It's called Cedar Crossing Deluxe Townhomes. The way we solved that problem, because they were right next to a single-family subdivision, they put duplexes in for the buffer zone instead of 2 or 3 story townhomes, and that solved the problem. And I've talked to staff about that, and I don't know if we ever make an ordinance or law that we have to do that, but that did solve the problem as far as people looking into the backyard. So just a comment.
Yeah. Well, and Councilmember Static, I think that this does a lot of that because these are only 2 stories. And the second story is only the bedrooms. There are no there's not the living space on the second story. We've only put 2-story ones along the neighboring parcels. And on the 2-story units, the primary living space is downstairs, and the secondary, the bedroom living space is upstairs. And so it really helps reduce that. So it really is more like a duplex, a townhome style.
Other questions? Okay, very good. Oh yes, Elizabeth.
Clarify, so in our roundtable meetings, police generally aren't in those roundtable meetings, but they do get notified when we send out agency notices. We just generally don't receive comments from them about land use applications.
Well, can they be included now? Because you have a new administration now, so maybe including them now or giving them the opportunity to be included?
Here, council member, we can discuss that with the police department and see what we can get out to include them in the roundtable meetings.
Okay, I think they should be there. I mean, I think that public safety should be there, but that's probably another topic.
Yeah, and I think it's important for the and obviously that can be discussed. I know I sat in hundreds, if not thousands, of those roundtable meetings. And there's oftentimes building department didn't come because it was more geared towards P&Z. Engineering is almost always involved building on that, so they look at that. But they're always sent those notifications when the application comes in. So that's really when when the rubber hits the road, you could say, but definitely could look into that, talk with Chief Ingram, because we don't want to waste their time, obviously, on that. But if there's applications that are applicable, they would always be invited, in that regard, so. Other questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. So that is, obviously, everybody that's signed up, we have the rebuttal testimony given. So I would stand for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing.
So moved.
Motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor McGee. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So that moves us into deliberation, discussion. Questions for staff are always appropriate at this time. So again, this is for a request for annexation 22-20, CPM 22-8, which is comprehensive plan map amendment, zone 22-10, and request for Canyon Village lofts, for the annexation of the proposal, that was shown this evening. So you're open for discussion amongst yourselves, and again, any questions for staff, more than welcome, I'm sure, to take those and to answer those. So the time is yours, City Council.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Allgood.
I will make a motion based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law and order contained herein. The mayor and Colville City Council hereby orders that case number ANN 22-00020 and ZON 22-00020 and CPM 22-00008, SUP 22-00025, a request for annexation of parcel number R309010100, approximately 7.8 acres, with a zoning designation of R3 high density residential, and a rezone for parcel R309060100 for R1 low density to R3 high density. The comprehensive plan modification to change the future land use map designation to high density residential, and the request for a special use permit to allow for multifamily development be approved, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. And I would also add, based on Councilor Register and Williams' statements, that I would, if it's not included, that we have a design review.
Very good. And so would that be staff, I'm guessing at staff level? So with the planning and zoning staff, that would be design review on the, and that would be on the, obviously, units as they come in, and taking into consideration the comments from city council regarding the exteriors, the balconies, things of that nature.
I'm sorry.
No, yeah.
Would there be something included in there about, just making sure that she's taken care of as far as the privacy and not having balconies on that side or the appropriate trees or anything? Does that have to be
I'd be
included?
happy, I believe that's understood, but I'd be happy to make sure that
I would
no,
prefer
no
it to
bal-
be
no
on the record.
balconies on the two-level homes that face the property. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
And that they honor the tree agreement that they have come up with, only because of some issues
Yes.
we've had in the
Mhm.
past.
Yeah. As long as staff understands that that's what we're after in the design review, I'm good with that.
Okay. Very good. So we have a motion from Counselor Allgood and a second from Counselor McGee. This is for approval of the request, with, as noted regarding the design review, for the exterior, for the balconies, for the clubhouse, the amenities, and also ensuring that there's no balconies that do abut that property of the owner that was here this evening discussing this
And trees.
application.
And trees.
Entries, yes, and the landscape that was shown. So basically, you showed it, you built it. So, okay, so that is the motion. Discussion regarding that motion? Okay, then voting is open at this time.
I have a faulty button.
So, voting's closed, and that motion does pass unanimously. So that is approved, and again, with those conditions as stated and those additional stipulations, working through staff with that design review in that regards and ensuring that those conditions met for the neighboring property owner. So we appreciate you taking her feelings into consideration. I think that means a lot, as shown by the council, and hopefully other developers realize that. It's important to listen to your neighbors and to be a good neighbor. So thank you very much for that.
I also
So,
ask that you
yes.
stay in touch with her so that there's not that communication failure, which ends up causing more issues, and that she's updated as we go. Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Do I have a motion to close this public hearing item, in the second?
Second.
Who made the, I thought you made the first.
He was talking to me, so
I'm
I
sorry.
move to
So-
close
So,
this.
very good. So we'll give the Counselor Richter the motion and second to Counselor Stodic. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that closes this public hearing item. So that moves us on to, let's see, number 4, new business. So this is a legislative matter, OA 22-2, request of Planning and Zoning Department, for some ordinance amendments regarding Chapter 10, Article 2, regarding, this is regarding FBI background checks that are currently required for transient merchant mobile food units. Discussion has been that that's perhaps a bit overkill and of amending that. So with that, we'll go to which one of the three? Did you point to Katie or to, okay, Katie, it's all you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Katie Wright, Associate Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard.
Rob wants to get out of here. He's trying to jump ahead to the next one. He's like, I'm not even supposed to be here tonight.
They are both ordinance.
There it is.
Before you is ordinance amendment 2202 in regards to the inspection and qualification requirements for the transient merchant and mobile food unit. The Caldwell Planning and Zoning Department is requesting the amendment of Caldwell City Code Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 100213 5D. This request is to remove the language under D that requires an FBI background check for all employees of temporary uses, transient merchant facilities, and mobile food units. Also to remove E 2 through 5 that has the language regarding sex offenders, felony offenders, arrests, and other criminal activities. This does not impact the, 2040 comprehensive plan nor the zoning map. Staff recommends approval of the ordinance text amendment, and I stand for questions.
Very good, thank you so much. Any questions from staff, or from city council for staff? Yes, Councilor
Can I
Register.
just have some clarification on removing the sex offender wording, what that means? So will they be able to work in mobile companies around children?
There was just some language that was additional, council member, that addressed those things that we did not feel was necessary at the time. The, purpose of the, text amendment originally was just to make, it less stringent with a local background check rather than an FBI background check. I would not assume that that lets sex offenders and other felonies, get their qualification.
I just want to make sure I know what I'm approving. So I'd like to, do we have the wording or no?
We are pulling it up right
Okay.
now.
I just want to make sure we're not doing something wrong.
So while they're looking it up, any other questions, Councilor Stoddard?
Mr. Mayor, Police Department, is there a change in mind of this too, that to be it approved or disapproved? It's been a while since we talked about it, I know.
Yeah, actually, we approved that. Ms. Geiger consulted with me prior to pushing this forward, and, we have no problems with that. They already go through a background check, and I felt that it was unreasonable to have to go through an FBI background check just to sell in our city.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Like,
Ingram.
and I agree with that. I don't think we need to go to an FBI background check. I just am confused about the wording about sex offenders. I don't know what I'm trying to say. That's why I don't know what the wording is. I
Yeah,
don't know.
and the burden's on the actual offender. I mean, they know what they have, their compliance, and if they're on parole, then their POs are gonna know where they're at anyways. So really, I have no issue issue with that.
Okay, thank you. You guys don't need to look that up if he just clarified what I was wondering.
Very good. Oh, yeah.
Could I clarify that?
Yeah,
This
for
has nothing to do with door-to-door,
Okay.
okay? So, and that's always been a
Mhm.
concern, these door-to-door sales and solicitations, that we want that FBI background
Yes.
check to make sure our citizens are safe. So this is dealing more with mobile food units and transient. For instance, somebody wants to sell roses on the corner
Yep.
for Valentine's,
Okay.
that sort of thing. So it's just real temporary type of conditions, where the solicitors is every day, hit it hard, go door to door. We want to make sure those safety precautions are in view.
Thank you.
You bet.
Very good. Other questions? Okay, very good. So we do not have anybody signed up, in favor, in neutral, or opposition to this request. So I'd stand for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing.
So moved.
In a second, we have a motion and a second. Motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor Doty. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. So that moves us on to, discussion, with the council, or any questions, additional questions for staff in regards to this proposal?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Williams.
I move to sponsor Bill number 74, ordinance number 3468. Request to move its passage by title only and approve the summary for publication.
Perfect. And do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilor Williams and a second from Councilor Doty for the passage of ordinance number 3468, bill number 74, by title only, and I will read that title at this time. So this is an ordinance enacted by the Caldwell City Council amending Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10.2.13 of the Caldwell City Code pertaining to the qualifications for a certificate of transient merchants and mobile food units, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith. So with that, we have the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? And the voting is open.
You gotta wait till she.
Oh, okay.
What's that?
Okay, so that motion does pass unanimously. So that moves us on to action item number 6. This is case number 08-2203. This is also an ordinance amendment request from Code of Planning and Zoning regarding the Planning and Zoning Commission. So as you remember, there were some issues we discovered with regards to longevity of members, and it didn't comply with Idaho code. So that is what this is here to do, to correct that and to fix that. So, and I know that council is wanting to get that before the end of the year, so you just made it. Congratulations on that. So with that, we'll turn it over to Elizabeth for the presentation.
So before you, Elizabeth Allen, 621 Cleveland Boulevard, Senior Planner. The Planning and Zoning Commission Ordinance Text Amendment. So the request is to amend Chapter 2, Article 14, Section 1 regarding the creation and structure of the Planning and Zoning Commission. As you'll recall, back in November, we passed a resolution to allow mayor and city council to act in full authority under the Local Land Use Planning Act, which means that the cases didn't need to go to Planning and Zoning Commission at that time. So staff has been working on reactivating the Planning and Zoning Commission to be in accordance with the Local Land Use Planning Act, and is planning on doing a training with the Planning and Zoning Commission after this passes to get them trained for their first hearing. The majority of the changes are in section 1-2 of that chapter. Staff removed the requirement that one member must reside in the area of city impact, and it limits the service time to no more than 6 years. And then minor changes were made to 1, 4, and 5 just to add clarity to the language. And the requested ordinance text amendments have no impact on the current zoning map or the 2040 comprehensive plan. It won't impact any delivery of services. Staff is recommending approval, and I'll stand for questions.
Good, thank you so much. Any questions from council for staff? Okay, excellent, very good. And we have actually one of our potential new Planning and Zoning Commission members in the audience today. I know Mr. Larson has submitted his application, so excited to, I think he's meeting, but he is out of college, so he's young, but he's not a high schooler anymore. He looks very young, but he's older than he looks. So with that though, back to the matter at hand. So this is for, again, the ordinance amendment. I'll read that by title only. So this is an ordinance enacted by the Caldwell City Council, amending Chapter 2, Article 15, Section 215-1, pertaining to the Planning and Zoning Commission, creation, membership, organization, rules, records, and meetings, and expenditures, and staff, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith. So do we have a sponsorship of this bill and ordinance?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Allgood.
I'll sponsor bill number 76, ordinance number 3470, and move for its passage and approve the summary for publication.
Very good. Do we have a second? So we have a motion from Councilor Allgood and a second from Councilor Williams for passage of ordinance number 3470, bill number 76. Is there any discussion on that motion? And the voting is almost open. Don't push your buttons yet. Now it is open. Now you can push away. Okay, voting is closed as all votes were cast, and that motion passes.
That was the wrong button.
Okay, so we'll note that. So it shows 5 in favor, 1 against. However, Councilor Register did indicate his vote yes on that. So we'll make sure that the record reflects that was a unanimous vote.
I think Counselor Allgood switched the buttons.
I think
He
she's
must
just in the
have.
Christmas spirit, wanted to get a little green and red in there.
Yes.
So we'll just go with that. So that was unanimous
Mhm.
on that. So very good. So that now moves us to action item number 8. So in regards to action item number 8, I would just ask for a motion that be removed from the docket this evening and taken up at a later time. And a second? So that's a motion from Councilor Doty, a second from Councilor Stoddard, for removal of action item number 8, and will be considered and renoticed for a future hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Like, if that gets us out of here quicker, heck yeah, let's do it. That's not why we did it, but just saying. So yes, for the record. Action item number 9 is bill and ordinance to annex Island Ridge West subdivision and Pappy's Landing subdivision into the Caldwell Municipal Irrigation District with the requested move for its passage by title only. I'll read that title at this time. So this is an ordinance of the city of Caldwell, Idaho, annexing a portion of property within the corporate city limits into the Caldwell Municipal Irrigation District of the city of Caldwell, Canyon County, Idaho, and changing the boundaries thereof, directing the city engineer to alter the boundary map accordingly, declaring the intent of the city to pool water rights and apply a uniform method of allocating assessments and charges and providing an effective date. Do we have a sponsorship of this bill and ordinance?
I want somebody to read that.
Go ahead. I don't wanna be a quick, take them all.
I have to get my sheet.
Grab
I
her
wanted
sheet.
somebody to read it,
Grab
if
the
knows
cheat
what they're
sheet.
saying. Number 9, right? Mr. Mayor, I sponsor bill number 88, ordinance number 3482. Read the whole thing? To annex Autumn Ridge West subdivision and Pappy's Landing subdivision into the Caldwell Municipal Irrigation District with a request to move for its passage by title only.
Very good. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
So a motion from Council Register and a second from Councilor Stoddard for adoption of ordinance number 3482, bill number 88 by title only. And the voting is open, if you want to cast your vote. And voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. So that now moves us on to number 10, which is consider acceptance of the finance report.
Mayor,
Councilor Williams.
I move that accounts payable in the amount of $1,927,911.97, represented by check numbers 166446 through 166750, and payroll for the amount of $615,104.56, represented by check numbers 37802 through 38149, and direct deposits be accepted, payments approved, and vouchers filed in the office of the city clerk.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
So a motion from Councilor Williams and a second from Councilor Doty, for acceptance of the finance report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So to council reports. Let's start with Councilor McGee this evening. Councilor McGee, down at the end. Any comments this evening?
Boy, you caught me off guard. I'm usually at such a loss for words, as you know. Merry Christmas, Mayor and council members and Debbie and the rest of the staff. Thanks for all the work you do.
Very good, thank you. Councilor Allgood.
Nothing at this point, thank you.
Very good. Councilor Williams.
Yeah, I'd just, like to, appreciate our street department, especially this time of year. They've got a heavy load, and I know with the weather issues, and all that's going on, they're under a heavy load, and so, just wanted to go on record showing appreciation for them.
Very good, thank you so much. Councilor Doty.
Nothing to add tonight.
Councilor Stoddard.
Well, I think as all you can imagine, we have a lot of work to do regarding the airport commission and our relationship with our customers. And we're gonna continue to work hard on that. And we also have a lot of work to do at the Caldwell Veterans Memorial Hall with the VFW folks, skipping town, so to speak. And, the Legion, you know, you have to consider a lot of those folks are in their late retirement ages, and it's hard to get volunteers, to pick up the slack. So, but anyway, those two items, we've got a lot of work ahead, but we'll get there. Thank you.
Very good, thank you so much. Councilor Register.
Very quickly, I just want to say that a couple of meetings ago, Fine Arts, Caldwell Fine Arts came in and gave us all tickets. So Chris and I ended up at the same Hawaiian Christmas concert the other night, and it was fun, right? And it was so besides just the entertainment, it was so well put together. It's very professional, and I just want to, I mean, I know there's, if anybody's watching, to encourage people to really take advantage of that, because I don't think I knew what a great program we have here until that night. So, and also I also want to say Merry Christmas to everybody, and I won't be here at the next meeting. I have plans to go out of town, so Happy New Year, and don't mess anything up while I'm gone.
Yeah, we'll try not to. So, at least not so bad enough you can't fix it when you get back. So, very good. Thank you so much. So, real quick, just that memo that you just received, so just, informing you, of this, so you look at the back. I don't know if any of you have ever gone by and seen this fountain. It actually is a fountain, so it's kind of hidden behind the Norman Jewelers, if you know where that is. from 1910. It was actually a tier fountain. So the top you could see coming out was for the people to drink out of. The big basin was for the horses, and down below was for the dogs. So it served all purposes for all animals on that. So yeah, it's actually a really cool granite structure that's hidden. Nobody really knows where it's at. Nobody sees it. So with those buildings coming down in the near future, we want to make sure that we still preserve this piece of history. It was built in 1910. So we're in process of having it relocated currently, working with Boise Monument Shop, which is there off of Illinois Avenue, going up Canyon Hill, to have it relocated to their place so they can work on it. They will have to ship some of it out to get fixed, and then relocating it. The thought is to move it to in front of the train depot, a prominent place down there so people can see it, and maybe even getting it working again. So if you're hot down there, after going to the plaza or whatever, you can stop by and get a drink.
You would be the top one, Brad.
So, but it is
clarifying that.
So, but it is a really cool piece of history for Caldwell. So yeah, we are looking at that. Also, there's a flagpole there that commemorates one of Caldwell's that was killed in action in military. And looking at Littleton was his name. There's a little plaque there in a picture, which again nobody sees or goes. So looking at how do we highlight that better? Perhaps even up at the cemetery, do we create a special area up there and take everything as we got it all in one place? So that's very preliminary, but that's something there too that we want to make sure that we take into consideration. The airport, I'm glad that you mentioned that. Maybe it was just me, but it felt different tonight. It feels like there is maybe some more collaboration that's starting to go on. Communication, obviously not perfect yet, as we saw from one gentleman, but it did seem to go a lot better tonight. So appreciate, Councilor Stoddard had a lot to do with that in those meetings. And I know that several of you also met with individual airport owners, pilots, and that goes a long way, and it helps on that. Otherwise, we might be here for a couple more hours. So some elbow grease before always helps. So I appreciate that very much. Last meeting of the year, I've enjoyed it very much. We've had our ups and our downs, but I would say we've had a lot more ups than downs, and I think that we're working really well together. We don't all agree, which is good, because we shouldn't all agree on everything. If we are, then we're doing something wrong. And so I appreciate, the differences of opinions, and I believe the respect that we've shown each other on that and learning to do that. And so I think it's been a great year, and just excited for another one coming, and just appreciate all of you and what you do and bring to the council and to the city. So I think we're in a great place, and our employees feel appreciated. I've had so many come up to me and say, we've heard it, but now we've seen it. And so it's great. So what you've all been able to do in that is a big part of that. So it is noticed and commented on. So thank you for that. And then last thing is just wanted to let you know, so at the next meeting, it will be brief and short. It'll mostly be just the reappointments of our appointed officials. So you'll notice, and if you want to discuss this, I'm more than welcome offline to come and meet with me. But we've talked about staggering them. So rather than doing all of them at once right at the beginning of the year, that, we look at staggering them, doing, 3 or 4 a year. So that way, basically, it would give every council member basically a piece of the pie or a shot at it at least once during their term on that, and maybe more, obviously, if you want more than one term. But rather than shotgunning them all the same. And we've actually kind of started that already. Chief Ingram is already been appointed through, I think, 2026. And then there was a few others that were till 2025 and 2024. So we've started to do that in essence already with some of them. So looking at setting them up in kind of those tiers. And so that's kind of how that will be presented. So I'll get that out to you so you can see it. That's not a quasi judicial matter, so we can obviously talk about it and not feel like you're doing any ex parte kind of stuff. But I'll get that out to you, and if you have any questions on it, we can talk about it. But that was kind of the thought. And still looking at doing it more in the middle of the year than the beginning, but that's going to take some code amendments and things like that. So we're working on that, but we can still do something of the nature of what we've done in the past. So that'll be kind of coming for you at the next city council meeting, and definitely can discuss it before that. So, and that is all for me. Just a very Merry Christmas to everyone. Excited for that, for the new year. So with that, I would stand for a motion to adjourn. And a second. So we have a motion from Councilor Doty, second from Councilor Stoddard for adjournment. All those in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned. You